just... Funny because this one's more broken than the other one, but it's way smoother. That's why I like this track.
Yeah.
But as far as locking it, there's no lock.
It's amazing how we get by with some of this stuff, man.
Yeah. That's probably a good call, yeah. I've got a, it's like a blue, if you see it up there, it's too hard, if you don't see it right away, don't worry about it. It's like a blue North Face raincoat.
Yeah.
That you put it in the back room, just like draped over something next to the other coat. If you don't see it, don't worry about it. I'll go for it.
Have you got hit yet?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Dodge won last game.
It's wet?
I don't use any.
No, I mean
oh, this.
This is gonna get wet if I turn on the sprinklers. They just requested.
Good evening, Panthers fans.
I can protect it. Just one sec. All right, I'm good.
Okay, cool.
I'll block it. Don't worry.
You're the best.
Yeah, we'll do our best to protect you.
Yeah, no worries.
Good evening, Panthers fans. Welcome to Jack Coach Park. Tonight it's CBL action as the Brantford Redsox take on your Kitchener Panthers. Here at Jack. Always prioritize safety, and we're committed to following local, provincial, and national guidelines, as well as the policies set forth by the Canadian Baseball League in order to keep fans, players, and staff as safe as possible. We appreciate your understanding. any questions or concerns, please notify any of our staff members. Fans, please pay attention to the game and be aware of foul balls and bats that may enter the stands at any time during live play. Remember, safety is always the #1 priority. If at any time during the game you're in need of medical assistance, please find a Panthers employee and they'll be able to assist you. You can get the latest on your Kitchener Panthers this season by following the Panthers on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Search Kitchener Panthers to find out everything happening all summer long. Fans, please note that photography, audio recording, and videography are taking place at tonight's game. By entering Jack Coach Park, you consent to being recorded. These images and recordings may be used for promotional materials on our website or on our social media channels. If you prefer not to have your image or voice recorded, please find a staff member, and we will do our best to accommodate you. Don't forget that the Panthers always have exciting food options for you at the concession stand. You can find all your favorite ballpark items and ask about our new healthy options from our friends at Meal in a Jar. If you are looking for an adult beverage to quench your thirst, stop by the beer tent and have one of your favorite brews, but please be aware that alcohol is not permitted anywhere outside of Jack Couch Park. We would also like to remind you that smoking is strictly prohibited inside of Jack Couch Park and the entire Kitchener Memorial Auditorium complex. This includes the use of both e-cigarettes and cannabis. Anyone disobeying the smoking and drinking restrictions will be removed from the ballpark immediately. Fans, make sure to check out the Panthers team store located by the entrance to the ballpark. There are great items this season. You can rep your team all summer long. And don't forget that season tickets and flex packs are still available. You can enjoy exclusive perks, free road games, and all the excitement of Panthers baseball all summer long. Tickets are available on the website. Don't miss a moment of the action. And kids, don't forget that kids 12 and under can run the bases during the game, just like their favorite Panthers. I'll make an announcement when it's time to head down to the third base side. That'll be at the end of the second inning. Here at Jack Coach Park, we are proud to serve you in any way possible. Please notice our friendly Panthers volunteers and staff located throughout the stadium. If you need assistance at any time during the game, please find one of them. Now here are your starting lineups for tonight's CBL matchup. First for the visitors on the scoreboard, the Brantford Redsox. Leading it off and playing shortstop, number 9, Jacob Cantor. Batting second in right field, number 4, Brody Black. Batting third, the designated hitter, number 7, Tim Holland. Batting fourth at third base, number 21, Chris Ortega. Batting fifth and catching, number 17, Andrew Savage. Batting sixth in left field, number 32, Nick Ianantone. Batting seventh at first base, number 7, Cassidy Watt. Batting eighth in center field, number 8, Walker Hultgren. And batting ninth, the second baseman, number 28, Lucas Bateman. Red Sox starting pitcher for tonight is number 16, Colby Klepper.
I got 73, 40, 37.
And here's the starting lineup for your Kitchener Panthers on this beautiful Friday night here at Jack Coach Park. Leading it off in center field, number 1, Matteo Zappieri. Batting second at shortstop, number 17, Petey Kiefer. Batting third in left field, number 67, Yosvani Penalve. Batting fourth at first base, number 35, Malik Williams. Batting fifth and catching, number 48. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 8, Josh Williams. Batting seventh and playing second base, number 12, Zane Scansey. Batting eighth at third base, number 5, Yosuke Fuji. And batting ninth, the right fielder, number 14, Rafi Gross. Starting pitcher for the Panthers tonight, number 10, Owen McNeil.
Hello, and welcome inside Jack Couch Park on a beautiful Friday night. Some Friday night baseball for you here between the Brantford Redsox and the Kitchener Panthers. Mark Perry alongside Ian Jodry, and tonight it's the second of 6 meetings between these two teams. The last one felt like a football game, really, with the scoreline that ended up coming out of that one. But both of these two teams, more recently, we look at Canada Day, both of them coming out with key victories, as the two of them are playing a hopscotch there with 6th and 7th in the CBL standings.
Absolutely, and I mean, both teams showed in the month of June that they can beat some of the CBL's elite. I mean, you look at Brantford's schedule in the month of June, they beat Welland. They came out with a win against Barrie, and they came out with some impressive wins in which they had to score a lot of runs where their pitching didn't necessarily do it for them. Most recently on Canada Day, they had that big walk-off win where they scored 5 in the bottom of the ninth against Chatham-Kent. They did that against Chatham-Kent earlier in the month, a 14-13 win. Well, the Panthers, they went and cooled off the red-hot Guelph Royals. They went and beat the Welland Jackfish in Welland earlier in the month. So both teams have shown they can compete with the best. They can put up a lot of runs. And based on how these two teams have been trending lately, I'd say it might be a race to 15 or something like that tonight.
What's the over-under?
I mean, we talked about it off broadcast. Realistically, 23-14 the last time these two teams played. Brantford's already won a game 14-13 this month. I mean, realistically, you got to think these two teams are probably for combining close to 30 runs tonight, which is crazy to think about, but it kind of goes with the trend around the league that ERAs have been up, home runs have been up. It has been a very hitter-friendly league this year, and we're at a hitter-friendly ballpark, so wouldn't be surprised to see a big score on the final line tonight.
Well, let's take a look at the matchup comparison between these two teams. When you look at Brantford at 7-12 on the year, 8-14 for the Kitchener Panthers, so not much separating the two teams. In fact, just a half game separating the two in the standings. But then you look at the runs for and the runs against, and you think about the scoring across the CBL, 114 seems low for the Brantford Redsox, especially when you consider what they have been doing as of late. The team average, the team ERA basically evens each other out. But, when you take a look at this matchup comparison between these two teams, you look at the Kitchener side, on the other hand, they're giving up quite a bit of runs, but they're also putting up a lot of runs as well. 152. We saw 23 on the Brantford Red Sox on June 18th. We also saw 14 on Canada Day in a big 14-7 victory over the Guelph Royals.
Absolutely. I mean, that's kind of been the way that these teams have been able to win games. They haven't really gotten the pitching that they need to win these close games, low-scoring games. They've been doing it by outscoring the other team. And why, aside from the runs, it's an important stretch because although Kitchener has more wins, as you can see on this board here, they still trail Brantford in the standings because Kitchener has, Brantford has 3 games in hand, and now these teams are playing 3 times over the next 6 days, a very crucial stretch. I mean, we talk about the separation between the playoff teams and the non-playoff teams in the CBL right now. If you want to be in the mix, you're going to have to go on a hot stretch here if you're Kitchener. Probably play 650 to 700 baseball throughout July to get yourself into that playoff picture in August. And, I mean, it's the 23rd game of the season night for Kitchener, 20th for Brantford, so for the Panthers, it almost seems more of an important stretch just because they already have so many more games under their belt, and they need to make up some ground here if they want to work back into the playoff mix.
Is there an added pressure that you need to win all 3 of these games against one another head-to-head?
I mean, I think you talk to anyone on the team, and they would love to win the 3, but 2 out of 3 I think would be very happy. 1 out of 3 would probably be pretty disappointing for the Panthers.
All right, well, our own Cam Stirrup caught up with Pete Kiefer, the field manager for the Kitchener Panthers. Let's take a look at that conversation.
Here on KPTV Live with manager Pete Kiefer. Pete coming into big one tonight against the Brantford Red Sox. First of 3 in a row, actually, against the Red Sox. You got another one coming up in Brantford and then another one back here at the couch next week. Yep. What's the vibe around the group today so far?
I think it's going to be fun to play a team 3 times in a row because then you kind of get to match up your pitching and see who's got what kind of depth, and it should be a blast. I'm looking forward to it. A 3-game series is always fun to get to really know another opponent. Another scouting reports together and really be ready for them later in the year as well.
Another sunny day here at Jack Couch Park. Obviously a huge victory against Guelph on Canada Day. Doubled them up 14-7. 9-run 5th inning with 3 home runs in that frame. How did it feel to get the bats going against a team in Guelph who in their last 10 games up to that point, they were 9-1. That must have been a huge confidence boost.
Well, I think it just speaks to the parity in the league. I think there's a lot of like you mentioned before, that's a rivalry, so anything can happen in a rivalry game. They're our closest opponent geographically, but also we go way back, in terms of just wanting to beat each other every time out. But the game itself, yeah, we scored a lot of runs, but there was a lot of stuff we had to clean up. I wasn't happy with the way we played overall. Our base running, I thought, was suspect and terrible at times. But that's just the signs of an inconsistent team, so we've got to get better there. Our pitching did come through. We had a great, if it weren't for the job that Evan did on the mound and our relief pitching that came in and just shut the door, then we would have been in trouble because we're still not playing great baseball on the bases or in our approach at the plate as well. We could be more of we need to take more of a team approach. And I think we're still up there playing home run derby at times, and we don't realize that to win a game, it takes 9 guys in the batting order.
You mentioned Evan Elliott there. I had the chance also post-game on Wednesday to talk to Malik Williams, and then obviously Petey Kiefer as well. The trio of All-Stars that were selected to the CBL All-Star Weekend. How proud are you of a coach to hear those 3 selections, and how have they played so far this season? What have your thoughts been on that? And how proud are you, obviously, as not only a coach but a dad, to see the growth of those 3 and be selected for such a great honor?
Yeah, no, it's always an honor to be selected for those individual awards. Very pleased with all 3 selections. I wish there could have been more because we are a team. Granted, Malik and Petey definitely deserve it offensively. They are leading our team in runs batted in, and I think they're 1 and 2 in homers. But the point is, and Evan, without him on the mound, we're missing a few wins.
Oh, thank you very much, Cam and Pete. And yes, as you can see on the screen and from that interview, the Baby Blues are out here on this Friday night for the Kitchener Panthers. Let's take a look at how they line up 1 through 9 here tonight. A very similar looking lineup that we have gotten used to for these Kitchener Panthers.
Yeah, Matteo Zeppieri back in the leadoff spot in center field, and he's done a great job at getting on base this season, followed by the newly named All-Star Petey Kiefer, Yosvani Penalve in left field, Malik Williams scorching hot, and in the cleanup spot, Junior Ibarra is catching Josh Williams back in the lineup as the DH, followed by Zane Scansey and Yasuke Fuji, who both hit homers on Canada Day, and Rafi Gross rounding things out in right field. And yeah, Abs talked earlier about Scansey and Fuji, talked about them last game and just how much those home runs do for their confidence. And, although they are in the bottom of the lineup, they'll have their chance to move their way back up to where they were earlier in the year.
Back-to-back jacks on Canada Day for those 2 gentlemen as the Panthers are being introduced in-house. Let's take a look at the visiting lineup here. The Brantford Redsox, Cantor, Black, and Holick leading things off here for the visitors.
Yeah, and Chris Ortega has been red hot. He's in the cleanup spot. Andrew Savage, Nick Antone was the hero on Canada Day against Chatham Kent, followed by Cassidy Walker Holtgren and Lucas Bateman. So no return of Charlie Towers in the starting lineup, but wouldn't be surprised to see him come in later in the game if need be.
Should note that according to the CBL transaction page, former Rookie of the Year when he was playing for Brantford, Matt Fabian, released from Toronto yesterday, signed by the Kitchener Panthers as well. Not in the lineup, not on the card either, not expected to see him here tonight, but a big transaction for the Kitchener Panthers. A guy that maybe looking for that next step and maybe just trying to clean something up because he's batting under 200 when he was playing for the Leafs, but might do well here with the Kitchener Panthers and get back to that Rookie of the Year form. As we're going to send it to field level, the national anthem upcoming here as it is a Friday night, the Panthers and the Red Sox here on KPTV Live.
At this time, to honor Canada, we ask you to please stand as you're able and remove your caps for the play of our national anthem.
Noah, stand up for Canada. Rory, stand up.
beautiful blue skies here on a Friday night as we are on the other side of the summer solstice into July. Here in the Canadian Baseball League, as the temperature has been a bit balmy lately. 31 degrees currently, sunshine, the humidity not really playing a factor right now, but there you see it, 31 degrees, the wind blowing out, so very hitter-friendly ballpark becomes a little bit more friendlier, like a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here tonight as Owen McNeil gets his 8th appearance of the season.
Yeah, it's kind of been an up and down year for Owen. You know, started the year with 3 really good starts, but then kind of sandwiched in between a couple tough ones, you know, against London and Hamilton where he got absolutely rocked. Looking for his first win since May 17th. Last start we talked about Evan Elliott and how he was looking to pitch deep into a game for the first time this year. He did, got 6 innings under his belt and threw the most pitches that he had in a start this season. McNeil's been in a similar boat and really hasn't been able to pitch into the 5th or 6th inning. And with another game coming up tomorrow, a little bit of a break over the weekend, the Panthers aren't in, need him to go 6 or 7 innings kind of stretch, but they would love to see a good outing for him as the All-Star break and the halfway mark of the season approaches.
There you see the setup. Again, the Kitchener Panthers coming off that 14-7 win against Guelph on Canada Day, finding themselves with a 8-14 record on the season, 7 games back of the league lead, 4-8 record at home. And for the Brantford Redsox, a 5-4 record at home, but just 2-8 away from the friendly confines of Arnold Anderson Stadium. So they're looking to break that schneid here tonight as they get a look at the umpire. Stephen Gomes is the crew chief. Jeff Stullard is the first base umpire, and Matt Kennett is over at third.
Talked earlier about the weather, and both these teams looking to kind of pick up where they left off last game. I'm glad the weather isn't picking up from where it left off last game, because that was a crazy 9th inning we had here on Canada Day. The wind swirling, dark skies rolling in. I mean, I got home and had to dust off my laptop. I mean, there was sand flying everywhere. I hadn't seen anything like that, especially considering the beautiful blue skies we had 10 minutes before that.
Oh, it came out of nowhere, really. Second pitch delivered. That's going to go in for a strike. First pitch, 7:05 here at the couch, right on time. Hopefully your flight is just on time as well tomorrow.
That's what we're hoping for.
Still jealous. That one is put into right field. It's going all the way back, and that one is gone. Jacob Cantor turns on the 3rd pitch he sees. He gets all barrel on that one, puts it over the fence to give the Brantford Redsox a 1-0 lead.
Where Owen McNeil located that pitch didn't look necessarily dangerous. A fastball up in the zone might have been, above the strike zone, but Cantor just a great job putting a swing on that and putting a charge with it the other way. Tough start for Owen McNeil, and Cantor gets Brantford on the board first. Nightmare start for the Panthers.
Second home run of the season for the native of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. As here comes Brody Black to try to continue on for the Red Sox here. And again, we talk about that game, 23-14. That game seemed well out of hand for the Panthers on that occasion, but the Brantford Red Sox really turned things around, particularly in the 9th inning, got to Brent Reed, as that's going to paint the outside edge for a strike. So it just goes to show you that there is no safe lead, even if you're up by double digits. Yeah,
and I mean, the story from that game was the Panthers getting out of a funk. They had been in such a tough stretch, later into June, but going into that 9th inning, everyone's thinking, oh, great win, going to blow them out by 15-ish runs, and then the Red Sox kind of took the momentum right away. All of a sudden it was the Panthers had to bring in the lefty Liberta to come in and shut the door. And then, the Panthers kind of dragged on the next couple of games. They kept trending in the wrong direction.
That one's going to be gloved by Kiefer. A line out, and there is one away here in the first. Let's take a look at the defense playing in behind Owen McNeil here tonight. Again, a very similar looking defense here for the Kitchener Panthers. Penalve shifting over to left field a little bit more regularly. Zeppieri shifting more to center field with some regularity now. And there you see the rest of the starting 9 on D. First pitch upstairs and in for ball number 1.
Yeah, Pete Kiefer hasn't been scared to mix up the outfield this year, but the infield has been, pretty standard with a really solid group, especially at the middle infield. Scans the offseason acquisition, and Kiefer, who's looked excellent over there at shortstop. And Fuji, the Gold Glover last year, has had some troubles, but the talent and the ability is definitely still there at third base. And saw a bit of a bounce back last game, built some confidence. Would love to see Fuji get back to the form that he was in last year.
Here's Tim Holick, the DH for tonight's proceedings, as he takes one outside for ball number 2, hitting .338 on the season.
And he's been pretty steady and productive ever since mid-June. Looking at a .357 batting average, 10 for his last 28, 10 hits over his last 7 games, and coming through quite a bit with runners on base. So he's a dangerous hitter, especially when he's got ducks on the pond.
That one misses outside for ball number 3. Again, Tim Holick was part of this Red Sox roster a couple of years ago, then went up to the Frontier League as he fouls that one away. And has been a part of this, resurging Brantford Red Sox roster. You think about, again, you go back to that game against Kitchener and what Brantford was able to do in that game. It was a Thursday night. What do they do for the rest of the weekend? Well, the following night, in particular, they turned it into a 6-2 win over the Welland Jackfish. So it just goes to show that momentum is able to transfer over from game to game, as Tim Holick is going to take a walk here.
Yeah, and the momentum, you talked earlier about how it kind of went in the wrong direction for the Panthers. They went out and had a couple tough games after that, but as you said, for Brantford, they kind of started shifting in the other gear. Despite losing a game by 9 runs, they took that 9th inning, that very productive 9th inning, where they scored just shy of double digits in a single frame, and rode that momentum and has been part of their process to get become that first team just outside the playoff picture.
So here is Chris Ortega. First pitch he sees is fouled back.
Ortega's been on an absolute tear the last couple weeks. 1196 OPS over his last 8 games, 5 homers to go with it, and he's averaging just about a run in every game since the halfway mark of the month of June.
McNeil gets set. The 0-1. That one's laced down the line. That's going to get by Fuji. Base hit for Ortega. And the Red Sox threatening here in the first inning after already putting up a run.
Yeah, and that ball not played particularly well by Fuji. I mean, any infield coach is going to tell you ideally want to have that on your front hand unless you absolutely have to and are ranging away from the ball to your right. That time Fuji tried to backhand it, and because of that, the ball was just able to get underneath his glove. If he takes one step to his right and gets in front of that, there's a good chance he at least knocks it down and keeps it on the infield. Instead, it gets through in the left for a single.
Shout out to Sean Ferfaro, who just gave Andrew Savage the ultimate introduction. I think you kind of know, just based on the name, what kind of introduction he got, as that one's going to miss inside for ball 1. And Andrew Savage, he has had quite the introduction to the CBL. He came over late last season and now into his first full year with the Red Sox and hitting above 400. Checks on the swing. It goes around anyway.
Since these two teams played, Savage has been swinging a hot bat, an average up above 400, and he's done a good job at least putting the ball in play a lot, only striking out twice and drawing a couple walks ever since that game back on June 18th.
Swings and misses. Takes that one for a ball. And, again, these All-Star rosters actually just came out. Andrew Savage named the starting catcher for Team South, heading to Chatham-Kent next weekend. Check on over to second base, the 2-2, and he squibs it over to Fuji. Fuji takes a second step, gets it over to first, and in time. And it took Malik Williams off the bag, but he was able to apply the tag in time. That'll move the runners ahead, but important second out.
Yeah, important second out, and it's a shame it wasn't hit a little harder, or else there would have been a good chance at Fuji turning an inning-ending double play. And looking a little bit shaky there on the throw, a routine play. I know he's running in, and it's never easy to make an accurate throw, but if you had a speedy runner instead of a catcher, good chance they end up legging that one out for an infield single. But regardless, McNeil and the Panthers will take it for a big second out.
Well, here is Nick Ianantone. First pitch he takes goes on the outside edge for a strike. Ianantone, as you mentioned, a big part of that victory on Canada Day over the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers.
Yeah, real late inning fireworks in that one. Barnstormers led 5-1 going to the bottom of the 8th when Nick Ianantone hit that 3-run homer to get them back within striking distance. Then Chatham-Kent scored 3 more runs to get it to 8-4 before Brantford rallied for those 5 runs in the bottom of the 9th, 3 of them with 2 outs. Just an unbelievable comeback.
Nothing ever comes easy. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ianantone doesn't even think about swinging at that one.
Feels like we've been talking about tough losses for the Barnstormers a lot this year. A lot of games that they've been in and just blown late leads. Tough one, especially on Canada Day for them.
That's the dreaded bad inning, and I think every team in the league has been guilty of that. The 2-1 is going to go inside for ball number 3. Of course, Guelph was victimized by that against Kitchener on Canada Day, more particularly in that 5th inning where Kitchener sent 12 batters to the plate and scored 9 runs. The 3-1 is going to miss outside, and that is going to load the bases.
Well, walks have been a problem for Owen McNeil his last couple starts, averaging about 3 walks per game. And when you're issuing 2 in the first inning, first time through the order, it's not an encouraging sign. And now he's going to be forced to work out of this. Does have 2 outs, so ground ball gets him out of the inning. But already a tough start when you're facing 7 batters before you get into the dugout for the first time.
Here is Cassidy Watt, the first baseman. Swing and a miss for strike 1. The infield playing traditional. They can get a force out any which way. And McNeil would love to get out of this inning, just giving up the 1 run. Gets the sign. Ibarra set up outside, but it goes in for strike number 2.
Good vertical movement that time on the slider from McNeil and just catches the inside corner. And now he's up 0-2 and can try and get Watt to chase one outside the zone.
Pitch number 28 misses upstairs. Again, Watt coming in with a .279 average. The native of Coquitlam, BC. 3 for 5 with an RBI against Chatham-Kent on Canada Day. Swing and a miss, strike 3, he got him. The bases stay loaded, and we head to the home half of the first. The Brantford Redsox with just a 1-0 lead on the leadoff home run from Jacob Cantor. And more importantly there, Ian, the pitch count getting up there for Owen McNeil. 29 pitches he needed to get out of that first inning.
Yeah, there's some good news and some bad news for the Panthers when you look at that inning. Of course, they gave up the single, and Owen McNeil ran his pitch count up, but to be able to escape that situation and only give up the 1 run definitely could have been a lot worse. So you'll take it if you're the Panthers, and the good news is you've at least been scoring a lot of runs lately. You're facing a team that's been giving up a lot of runs, so, if if you're only giving up 1 run every inning, talked earlier about the score. You know, if you can limit Brantford to 1 run per inning and only give up 9, I think I'd like the Panthers' chances in this one.
Yeah, it's a pretty good odds. Well, let's take a look at the starting pitcher tonight for the Brantford Red Sox. It's Colby Klepper being sent to the hill, his 8th appearance of the season.
Yeah, it's kind of been a tale of 2 halves for Colby Klepper this season. 3 really good outings to start his career here in the CBL. Only, pitched 9 innings over his first 3 starts, didn't give up an earned run, but has unraveled since then. 20 earned runs over his last 3 starts, in which he's only combined to go 8 2/3 innings, and hasn't recorded more than 1 strikeout in an outing since back on June 6th. So he's had trouble getting that swing and miss that you want from a pitcher, and he's also issued a lot of walks, given up a ton of runs. If you're the Panthers, you want to get on this guy early, and this is a golden opportunity, especially after McNeil went out and gave up just the 1 in the top half.
Oh, and he only goes 3 2/3 in his last outing on June 26th at home against Chatham-Kent. And you're absolutely right. The runs have really piled up on him, particularly when you consider how well he was to start the year. I mean, didn't give up a single run in his first 3 starts. I don't know what to attribute it to. Maybe it's the batter's gotten figuring out what he's pitching out there, what his strategy is. But it's a head scratcher to go from 0 to nothing but nothing except. All kinds of runs.
Everything but zeros. That's exactly that. And I mean, you could think about, or maybe it was earlier in the season with colder weather and the hitters weren't hitting as much as they have been in the month of June. You can chalk it up to exactly like you said. Now the rest of the league has started to see him. They've seen the movement on his pitches. They know what to expect. They know how he attacks hitters. But whatever he's been doing for the past couple of weeks, it has not been working.
Oh, he has taken on Matteo Zeppieri to lead things off here for the Panthers. And Matteo, a guy that just gets on base and knows how to do it well. 24 walks, leads the CBL.
Yeah, and that's why he belongs to the top of the order. I mean, Pete Kiefer has moved him a bit around throughout the starting 9, and they had dropped him down to the 4 spot, but I think they've really found a home for him at the top of the order. And like you said, all those walks that he draws is just it speaks so much about the kind of at-bats he's put together, and it makes it so tough for these pitchers. The first guy you face, he draws a 4-pitch walk.
Well, it's exactly what you want if you're the Kitchener Panthers. Get the leadoff man on, and that on-base percentage is just going to go up from there. 25th walk of the season for Matteo Zeppieri.
Yeah, and the Red Sox have issued the most walks per game in the league this season, while the Panthers, their hitters, are drawing the 3rd most walks. So that's an edge that the Panthers have had, as much as their pitching has struggled. When you look at their offense, they've been getting on base, and that's how they've been able to burn teams when they get these wins.
Well, here is Petey Key for the shortstop. Drops in for a bunt, but it's going to go across anyway. Should mention Matteo Zeppieri, 25 walks on the year. Closing in to top 10 in franchise history conversations when it comes to single season records. And I'll get more into that in just a moment. The 0-1 is delivered outside. Tied for 10th when it comes to single season records for the Kitchener Panthers. 30. Yorbis Barado actually got 30 walks in 2017. And Nick Rinchie got to that mark in 1959. That one's put into center field, base hit. Circling around to 3rd, on his horse. Here comes Matteo Zeppieri. He gets in there safely. And Petey Kiefer gets on there with a long single.
Yeah, that's a perfect hit and run executed by the Panthers right there. Zeppieri off on the pitch. Kiefer with a hard line drive into center field. And Zeppieri, although he has to hold up a bit to make sure that ball isn't caught and he gets doubled off, just a great job turning second. Only probably lost a couple seconds, but because he's so speedy, because he did such a great job reading that ball, he was able to cruise into 3rd without stopping. Just a great start for the Panthers. Runners on the corners and nobody out.
Well, here is Yosvani Penalve. We'll get a look at the defense after this batter here. He'll take one inside. Just back on the franchise record talk here. The record for walks in a single season for the Kitchener Panthers, Randy Curran, 1999. He walked 42 times that year.
And albeit a 42-game season, so
Yes.
one walk a game. So you look at Zepieri and the pace he's on pace to break that record, albeit a bit skewed because of the 6 extra games that he'll get. But considering how many plate appearances he's getting, being at the top of this order, and seeing how many runs are being scored, so many more plate appearances than you'd usually have in the span of a CBL/IBL season, I'd say Zepieri is, and barring an injury, a lock to break that record.
Well, being in a conversation that includes Randy Curran is definitely something to ride home about here for the Kitchener Panthers. He is all over the record books, is Mr. Curran, a legend for this franchise.
And pretty impressive that Zepieri is in that conversation, you know, despite being here for just about a year, still hasn't played a full season in Kitchener. And he's already, you know, assessed and, you know, asserted his dominance at the top of this lineup and has earned his spot in the leadoff spot, and now, you know, making that shift from left field to center field, and he's done an excellent job.
Penalve facing a 2-1 count. He's been ever so patient at the plate as of late. He just continues to put barrel to the baseball. Not taking off there was Petey Kiefer as Andrew Savage jumped up as if he was going to go, but you know, just a good heads-up play by Savage, just showing that, hey, I'm going to be ready if you try to take off.
Yeah, and just when you think you get a break after Zepieri, no, there's no breaks with Kiefer. Not only a tremendous hitter, but also so much speed on the base pass, and you can tell Colby Klepper has to keep an eye over him at first base, and can make it awfully tough to face such a good contact hitter in Penalve.
That one's going to miss outside for ball 4, and that'll load the bases with nobody out. And here comes Malik Williams, who has been mashing the baseball.
Yeah, on fire might be, you know, putting it lightly. Since the halfway mark of the month of June, an OPS over 1,500. Hottest bat in the league right now, I'd say. 5 home runs, 14 RBI in his last 7 games. He's turned nearly every plate appearance into a threat and just punishing every mistake that he sees at the plate. And you talk about an artist with a blank canvas, this is it. Bases loaded, nobody out. This is where you want to be if you're Malik Williams.
He's named an all-star, a starter for good reason, as he will take for ball 1. And looking to showcase to the fans here just exactly why he was named a starter for the All-Star game. I'd put him in the home run derby. The 1-0, that one's going to go across for a strike.
That's going to be the kind of way you're going to have to pitch to Malik Williams, away from him, and a breaking ball that you hope that he just swings over top of and doesn't time up well, because fastballs up in the zone, he's been absolutely destroying this year.
The 1-1 fouls that one back.
Just missed that one, a fastball up in the zone that Malik would love to have back, but still alive at 1-2, and now to try and put him away is an even tougher task if you're Colby Klepper.
Zepieri on third, Kiefer on second, Penalve on first. Here comes the 1-2. That's going to miss way inside for ball 2. And the infield still relatively playing at traditional depth, although Cassidy Watt is playing more into the grass, as that one is taken way upstairs.
2 breaking balls up in the zone now from Klepper. He knows that he does not want to, you know, leave one hanging up in the zone. That's why he's probably being extra cautious and leaving it well above the zone. He's now brushed Williams off the plate twice and runs the count full.
That one is put into right field, and that's going to drop. 1 run's going to come in to score. That'll keep the bases loaded, but we are tied at 1 on an RBI single from Malik Williams. He's done it again.
And crazy to think, if you're Colby Klepper and the Red Sox, that's probably, you know, that without a doubt, not the worst outcome. I mean, you have to be pretty happy with that, considering how much Malik has been tearing the cover off the baseball as of late. To not give up an extra base hit in that situation, you're probably going to chalk that up as a win.
Yep. I definitely agree with that. And the thing is, though, with the way the Panthers, particularly their depth bats, have been hitting, you know, it doesn't get any easier, especially with Junior Ibarra, who takes one way inside for ball number 1. He has been hot lately.
Yeah, he's really been heating up after a tough start to the season, and coming off a year where he hit so many career highs and was really swinging a hot bat and deservedly earned himself into the All-Star game and won All-Star game MVP. In the second half of June, we really saw him start to be more of a contact hitter and make pitchers come to him, and now he's got another great situation with the bases loaded.
There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. So we'll get the sign here. Yeah, Junior hitting .414 in his last 8 games. That's going to go in for a strike. Just below belt level and just clipping the inside edge.
Yeah, really good looking fastball. I think Junior was expecting a slider that time around and thought it was going to run in on him, but ends up painting that inside corner, and now he's going to have to be a bit more protective, and we'll see that contact swing that he's been showing off lately.
Well, there it is. Blooper over to second base. They'll get the tag for 1. Nobody over covering first, so they're just going to get 1. And the Panthers have taken a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, that's a bad mistake from Cassidy Watts, someone that we saw behind the dish being a catcher for lots of last year and earlier in this season as well, but that time he has no business being that far to his right. He's got to be over at the bag in case of a double play. And probably that time cost him an extra out.
So just the 1 out, and that'll bring up Josh Williams with runners on the corners. Josh Williams hitting .350 in his last 6. Swings and misses for strike 1, and I mean, all the flowers have been, rightfully so, going to Malik, but, a guy like Josh Williams, he's got 3 home runs on the year, and you know that he can really tear the cover off the baseball when he gets going as well.
Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth. As much as we've been talking how good Malik has been this season, and especially in the month of June, Josh has also been swinging a very hot bat, showing off that raw power, but has also been a great situational hitter. And a spot like this, as much as we'd love to see him put one in the gap, he knows what's at stake, and he has no problem hitting a fly ball to bring in another run, hitting a single if need be. Just a great job going with the pitch.
The 2-2 swing and a miss for strike 3, and Williams goes down on 3 pitches.
That takes away the sac fly, but still runners on the corners, and Scansey, who had the ejection on Monday night, big second home run of the season on Canada Day, and he's definitely got some confidence, has been trending in the right direction over these last couple games.
The former WCBL Rookie of the Year takes one in for strike 1, and Scansey tried to sell that one his way inside, but you're starting to see the trend and how big that strike zone is from Stephen Gomes here tonight.
Yeah, and he's been consistent with those breaking balls up in the zone. Scansey backed off of one, Junior backed off of one. If pitchers are going to live there and get the call, you've got to adjust.
That one's going to be sent out of play, and it's as we always say, right? As long as both teams are, knowing what the strike zone looks like on any given night, and as long as it's consistent, you can't complain about it. Two strikes here on Scansey, the 7th hitter of the inning for the Kitchener Panthers. And he'll lace that one foul. As Colby Klepper's pitch count starting to inch towards 30.
And Scansey's been on a pretty nice stretch lately. 2 homers in the last couple weeks of June, and and OPS up over 972. It's the strikeouts, though, that have been a problem for him, striking out a lot, and he's been expanding the zone a bit more than the coaching staff would like to see.
Savage sets up. Here comes the 0-2. That one's way inside. Not going to be a strike that time. First inning, 28 minutes long and counting. The 1-2 upstairs. You know, using the law of averages, if it's a 30-minute inning, probably looking at a 4-hour game. Better buckle up if this is the pace it's going to go at. The 2-2. That one is going to go over the head of Cantor. One run will come in to score, and it's an RBI single for Zane Scansey.
And a great job by Scansey kind of adapting to the pitches that he was seeing in that at-bat from Colby Klepper. We've seen Klepper with that slider up in the zone. You know, he likes to live in that spot. He's been trying to put guys away in that spot, and after Scansey took one up in the zone for a strike, then he saw one in a similar spot for a ball with 2 strikes. Has to have a defensive swing, especially knowing that those are being called for strikes. Just fights one off in on his hands, and just enough to muscle it over Jacob Cantor in the left center field.
Well, here is Yosuke Fuji. Couple of home runs in his own right in the last couple of weeks. He takes for strike 1, and the fans didn't like that one all that much. Checks on the runner. That one's going to miss upstairs. Would like to get things going a little bit more consistently as Fuji as he swings through that one for strike number 2.
Yeah, and he's seen 2 pretty good fastballs from Colby Klepper in this at-bat. Watch the first one go for a strike, unable to catch up to the second one. Fuji, usually a pretty good fastball hitter, probably going to be sitting on one here with a 1-2 count.
Here it comes. That one's going to be flared into left field. Everybody camping underneath it, looking for it in the sun, and just grabbing that one is Nick Iannantone in front of the warning track. May have got lost in the sun for just a moment, but he got to it. We are through 1 here at the couch in Kitchener. The Panthers with a 3-1 lead.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now.
Welcome back to the couch. Into the second inning we go. Panthers with a 3-1 lead on the Brantford Redsox. 32-minute first inning. And Walker Hultgren will lead things off here for the Brantford Redsox. We're down 3-1.
I mentioned that Nick Iannantone was the hero with the 3-run homer in the bottom of the 8th on Canada Day, while Walker Hultgren was the one that capped it all off when they battled back to tie the game with 2 outs. He was the one that delivered the walk-off single and that dramatic come-from-behind win over the Barnstormers.
That one's going to go in for a strike as Hultgren had to get out of the way of that one. Pretty big strike zone tonight. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
I love that confidence from McNeil. Threw a lot of balls in that first inning, and that time he throws a slider on a 1-1 count that starts the bottom of the strike zone, drops out, and gets Hultgren to bite at it, and now it's Owen McNeil in the driver's seat.
Here it comes. That one misses upstairs for ball number 2. Former athlete from Dakota State pops one up. It's going deep all the way back, and right against the fence is Yasvani Penalve. Right on the warning track, he makes the catch.
Boy, oh boy, he was testing the limits of Jack Couch Park on that one, and credit to Penalve, who has been primarily a right fielder, throughout his career here in Kitchener and even earlier in this season, but fighting the sun, does a great job using his hand to feel the wall behind him right at the warning track and makes the catch for a big first out.
Just getting a quick update on the soccer match that's happening. Apparently that's a thing these days. Argentina is tied at 1 in the round of 32 in the 80th minute. As here is Lucas Bateman.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise there is the opponent, considering they're facing a Cabo Verde team that most people didn't expect to qualify for the tournament, let alone get to the knockout stage.
That one's laced into center field, and Matteo Zeppieri will make the catch. Well, we've seen some upsets. Germany gets bounced. You have Canada. Who would have thought that Canada would advance further than Germany at a World Cup tournament?
If you told me that 10 years ago, I would tell you are high on crack.
Here is Jacob Canner. He hit a home run to lead off this game. Well, he started it off with a bang, as that one's going to miss for ball 1.
Liking McNeil's approach this inning, a guy who's had trouble walking batters. He not scared to throw first pitch strikes and rely on his outfield and throw that pitch up in the zone. 2 big fly balls that he's able to keep into the ballpark. Maybe gives him the confidence, to go into the strike zone a bit more and keep those walks to a minimum.
McNeil gets set. Taking on the former Division III NCAA batter in Cantor. Again, a guy that just joined the team at the All-Star break last year. The 3-0, that's going to go across for a strike. Remember having a word with him as well as a former Red Sox turned Hamilton Cardinal in Jeremy Viu. The 3-1 is inside for ball 4, and that's a 2-out walk for Cantor.
Cantor's been great at the top of the Red Sox lineup, especially over these last couple weeks, drawing a lot of walks. He's a big threat on the base paths, top 5 in steals on the season, and he's also been hit by a pitch 9 times already this year, more than anybody else in the CBL. So he's been finding ways to be productive. You saw it in the first inning with the solo homer to the opposite field, and that time a good patient at bat earns himself a trip to first.
Well, here is Brody Black. That one's going to miss way inside. The throw over to second, and he's safe. Gets in there in time. The throw was on line, but a good jump by Cantor allows him to get in there safely.
Yeah, and that jump was the key to that stolen bag. Good throw from my bar, and, even better tag from Scans. He absolutely snapped that glove down so fast that he gave them the best opportunity to record the out, but just no chance with how big of a lead Cantor got off the bag at first.
The 1-0, that's going to paint the outside edge for a strike. You were talking about hit by pitches. Here's a hypothetical question. You don't have to answer it right now. What would you rather take? A 100-mile-an-hour fastball to the ribs or blocking a shot in hockey on the ice? A 100-mile-an-hour slap shot.
I'm going to opt out and sit on that one because neither sound particularly pleasant, but I'm going to weigh my options here. I'm leaning blocking the shot in hockey.
Okay.
Leaning. I might change my opinion by the end of the night.
I'll throw that out there to the fans there. I just gave you the hypothetical question of the night. As the runner's going to go, that one skied high, deep into left field. It's got distance. It's going back, and it is gone. Brody Black goes yard to tie this game up at 3.
Pinale had no idea where that ball was right off the bat. He was frozen in left field. I thought based on the way he reacted it was going to be a routine play in left field, but that ball just kept on carrying, got out of the ballpark. If it stayed in the ballpark, there's a good chance that Black might have circled the bases for an inside the Parker just because Pinale couldn't locate that baseball, but in the end, doesn't matter. Great swing on that fastball up at the zone from Brody Black, and just like that, we're all even at 3.
5th home run of the season for Mr. Black. That one goes inside for ball 1 on Tim Holick. Well, Brantford, we've seen them pull off some heroics in the recent past, these last couple of weeks. That one misses upstairs for ball 2. A team that really keeps pace. A team that has been in the basement of this league for many a years, but showcasing here in 2026 that they are here to play.
Yeah, I mean, you look at last year when they finished 18 games below 500, were the only team under that old playoff format to miss the postseason, but after a slow start to the year, they've certainly turned things around, and although a long way to go to get back into a playoff spot, they are that first team knocking on the door.
That's going to go across for a strike. Now, 4-game separation between Guelph in 5th and Brantford in 6th. And of course, that's how it goes, right? You play better and you're still not in a playoff position, even though just the way things changed as that one's popped up. Ibarra tracking it down, he'll make the catch. And that'll do it. But a 2-run bomb from Brody Black puts us even Steven here at 3 as we head to the home half of the 2nd inning. Everything's pretty even between these two rivals, the Brantford Redsox and the Kitchener Panthers.
Yeah, and that's a tough pill for Owen McNeil to swallow, especially just because he got those first 2 outs of the inning so comfortably. You're thinking, hey, maybe he works through the bottom of the order quickly, doesn't throw a ton of pitches, keeps that pitch count low, and faces the minimum. But after 2 big fly balls, issues a walk, and just kind of goes to show once again how much walks can kill you as a pitcher and start momentum for the other team. That's exactly what happened with Cantor. Serves up the home run to Black, and what looked like such a promising inning for the Panthers and McNeil, all of a sudden things go sideways.
Well, now it's the Panthers' turn to try to do some damage again. We have had runs in every half inning here so far. The Panthers have shown that they can do some damage here on these Brantford Redsox. And, they send 8 guys to the plate during the first inning. Nothing to suggest that they can't do the same thing here again.
Yeah, and I think the production from the bottom half of the order is what has to be really encouraging for the Panthers. I mean, a Josh Williams strikeout, something that's bound to happen, but regardless, he's been swinging a real hot bat lately. Zane Scansey, we talk about how good he's been and starting to get into a good rhythm at the plate these last couple weeks. He drives in that go-ahead single, and then a good at-bat from Fuji, and it'll be back to the top of the order after Rafi Gross, who has been cold as of late, but has certainly shown the pop and has shown his ability, and was in the middle of the lineup earlier in the season, and will have the opportunity to get back to that spot, but he's got to limit the strikeouts. That's been a big downside of Rafi Gross's game this year. He's been excellent in the outfield, but striking out a ton, and oftentimes dampening a rally for the Panthers once they have one going.
Well, second on the team with 26 strikeouts on the year, 29 for Yosuke Fuji by comparison. And there you have it, the 8 and 9 hitter for the Panthers tonight are the two players that strike out the most on this team. And in fact, among the league leaders, I should say too, Rafi Gross, 26, is actually 5th in the entire CBL. Kenny Cicho, who has been mashing the baseball 33 times, he has struck out. He leads the league. Kind of an Aaron Judge type. That one misses downstairs. Either he hits a home run or he strikes out. You don't get much in between.
Well, that's it. You look at Gross and Seam in the top 5 in batter strikeouts this season, but he's also got 5 bombs and an OPS over 900. So he's got a lot of power. It's just a matter of getting that contact rate up.
And that's going to clunk him right in the ribs.
Not the kind of contact I was thinking of.
As he is going to take first base here, and you're seeing on that at-bat, Ian, a lot of times Colby Klepper just not getting full control of the baseball and really just trying to take him off the plate there. Just got a little bit too much inside.
Yeah, he's been living in that spot throughout the game. We saw him run a couple to Malik Williams in the first inning. He loves that slider up in the zone. That kind of looks like his put-away pitch. And even after brushing Gross off the plate on the very first pitch, he's not scared to come back there, and that's clearly where he likes to live.
Throw into second base. That's way offline, and he is not going to go for third.
Yeah, great job by Walker Hultgren in there in center field. As soon as he saw Gross taking off and saw that there wasn't going to be a swing from Zeppieri, he charges in about 100 feet and puts himself in position to back up that throw. If he's in the usual center field spot, that's an extra base for Gross, no problem.
So that'll put a runner in scoring position here for Mateo, as the Panthers utilize some aggression here on the base path early. That one's going to miss way outside. Evens the count at 1-1. Mateo walked and scored back in the first. Another one goes outside as Colby Klepper has really started to lose the strike zone here.
I've noticed watching Klepper pitch this year, he really has trouble dealing with traffic on the base pass. Not sure if it's a mental thing or a mechanics thing pitching out of the stretch, but he seems to have trouble controlling his command anytime that he's got traffic on the bases.
That's another one that's going to miss outside, and the count is now 3-1. And Zeppieri is 1 ball away from increasing his walk total. As that one is laced into center field, it's going to be caught by Hultgren. Didn't really have to move much in center. And there is 1 out.
Tough result for Zeppieri, a good at-bat, patience shown off, and gets the pitch that he wants and puts a really good swing on it. That's about as hard as you can hit a baseball without it leaving the ballpark, but unfortunately just hits it right at the center fielder, Hultgren, who already made a great play to back up the throw at second, and then right on that ball in center field for out number 1.
And this will bring up Petey Kiefer. The top of the lineup was very productive in that first inning. Fouls that one back. Gross takes his lead a little bit ahead of the shortstop. And the throw into second. No, they're not going to throw it. Really keeping an eye on Gross, as he was almost halfway to third base before stepping off there was Klepper.
I understand what Klepper's doing, does not want Gross to advance to third base and put Kiefer in a situation where a fly ball gives them the lead.
That one's going to be gloved down by Watt over to first in time. It's the second out, and Rafi Gross is 90 feet away from scoring.
90 feet away, but a huge second out. And great job by Cassidy Watt, who made that mistake in the first inning that probably ended up costing the Red Sox an extra out. A great play, hugging that line with a lefty at the plate, has to go down to his knees to make that play. The runner does advance, but with 2 outs, you wipe out any possibility of a fly ball or a ball hit to the right side scoring a run. So Penalve's going to have to find a way to produce a base hit to put Kitchener back on top.
Here's Penalve. That one misses upstairs. Just above 50% when it comes to balls versus strikes here for Klepper. 22 balls on the night. As that one's put into right center, it's going to get down. 1 run will come in to score. The Panthers have retaken the lead.
Yeah, that one right over the heart of the plate. I think Klepper made a bit of a mistake there on the location, as Penalve, no problem getting the barrel to the ball on that play. Just a nice smooth swing on a off-speed pitch over to the heart of the plate. Penalve wasn't fooled at all, and with Hultgren playing pretty deep, just drops it right in front of him. And it's funny how one at bat kind of changes the whole inning for the Panthers, because you get Rafi Gross, he gets down to scoring position before an out's even recorded. Then all of a sudden, if you don't end up cashing him in, it's a lot more of a negative cloud, a cloud over the head of the inning. But now the Panthers taking the lead, it's the exact opposite.
Now here is Malik Williams, takes a first pitch ball inside, hit a single back in the first. Some traffic on the base path. Klepper with the offering. Misses downstairs yet again as he crosses the 50 pitch plateau. Just in the second inning though, so you have to imagine that Colby Klepper is probably going to see a very limited outing here today. That one's popped up. It's going to go out of play.
And of course for the Panthers, after this, the next 2 games are against the Red Sox, Brantford. They've got an extra game over the weekend, and it's not an easy one. They've got the Welland Jackfish. So the Panthers are in a nice pocket of their schedule where they get a non-playoff team and they get a couple days off between the games. The Red Sox are not at all in that position. They got 3 games in 3 days, and one of them are the defending champions.
Now they did beat them, and it is at home. The throw into second base is going to get offline and way ahead. A dart over to third, not in time, as getting on over to third base safely is Penalve.
Really aggressive base running from Penalve, and Hultgren, another great job backing that ball up in center field, and saw Penalve have that look over his shoulder after taking a few steps off second base, decides to roll the dice, and a good throw from Hultgren, but Penalve just a little bit better, and now you don't need much to bring in a run. A wild pitch could make it 5-3. Holy moly, getting a lot of runs already.
With the way Savage has been airmailing these throws into second, I would imagine that the Panthers are going to take advantage of that and try to run more. That one's going to miss on the outside for ball 4.
And at the start of the at-bat with with Penalve over at first base, was thinking, if Penalve got to second, maybe you give Malik the free pass with the base open. And I think now, once the runner was at third base and another run just 90 feet away, they weren't going to give anything for Malik to really, hit. And didn't want to give him a meaty pitch with 2 outs and a runner on third. So I don't mind pitching away from him and trying to, get a swing and miss for strike 3 there.
Take the bat out of his hands, really, at the end of the day. Here's Junior Ibarra. First pitch he sees, fouls that one right into Savage. So he needs to take an extra second there. Junior reached on a fielder's choice. That was that play where the first baseman, Watt, was nowhere near first base. And that one right on over. It's going to go off the leg of Bateman. Bobbles it Another run comes in to score. The Panthers have added to their lead.
Yeah, I guess they're going to call that an error on the second baseman, Lucas Bateman, but Junior Ibarra, just a slow ground ball. Didn't look too dangerous, and a ball that Bateman probably should have had, but just squirted off the side of his glove and kicked into right field. And because the ball got far enough away from him, it gives Junior an opportunity, who doesn't run particularly well, to get into first base and bring home another run.
So Malik is on second now. Junior gets into first, and here is Josh Williams, who struck out back in the first inning. The delivery. Chopper. Grabbed there by Watt. Over to first, covering as Klepper, and they'll wrap up the inning. But the Panthers add 2 on the board. They take a 5-3 lead through 2 innings of play here at the Couch on a Friday night. Welcome back inside the Couch here in Kitchener. Third inning of play between the Panthers and the Redsox. Panthers with a 5-3 lead as the runs have been coming in pretty frequently here, Ian Jodry.
No doubt about it. It's kind of what we expected before the game. 8 runs with a combined 12 outs recorded. Might be a race to 15.
That one's going to miss way away. Gets away from Junior. Just want to give a quick shout out to the Panthers that have made the all-star rosters coming up in a couple of weeks in Chatham. Kent Malik Williams, of course, as we mentioned before, named a starter at first base. Petey Kiefer and Evan Elliott also named to the all-star team coming up in Chatham, Kent.
Yeah, I think Elliott really made his final case for the ballot with that start on Canada Day, pitching deep into that game, battling some early adversity after the Royals had hit him hard, but settled in nicely, was able to save the bullpen, and ultimately earned the win in that one.
That one's going to be fouled back and does not hit the roof of the press box here. Still waiting for that first ding. Should also mention, while we're on the topic, there is a last chance vote happening. It hasn't been set up on the website yet, being told that probably going to be around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You're going to see it on cbl.ca. 1 nominee per team, as that one's going to be fouled back.
And how many spots?
Just 1 spot for the north side, 1 spot for the south side. North nominees include Josh Williams for the Kitchener Panthers, Francisco Hernandez from Barrie, Kevin Escorcia from Guelph, Brandon Nickel from Hamilton, and Matt Brandt from Toronto. The South nominees include Jacob Cantor for the Brantford Redsox. Starling Joseph, James Smybert, and Thomas Green are the other 3 nominees for the South side. Again, that one should go up on the website tomorrow, and I believe it's going to be open until next Sunday, or rather this coming Sunday at 11:59 p.m. So still a chance. If you didn't make the All-Star roster yet, you can get one guy in. That one's going to be sent out of play yet again, as Chris Ortega has been really battling here against Owen McNeil.
Yeah, and he's been great over these last couple of weeks. Single his first time off. That's probably a pretty good result from Owen McNeil's perspective, and he's battling here, waiting for that pitch to hit. He's been getting on base a ton and been on an absolute tear ever since these two teams met back on June 18th in that football score.
Full count here on Ortega. The deal. That one's going to go up high. Malik Williams tracking it down, and he'll make the catch. There's no Patrick Mahomes, though.
It's a big first out, no doubt about it. Ortega mentioned how much he has been on a tear as of late, and to get that first out, hoping that McNeil can build off that, got 2 big outs to start the top of the second, and then, of course, gave up the walk to Cantor and the home run. He's definitely shown his ability to pitch through clean innings and deal with adversity, but it all starts with first pitch strikes and getting ahead of hitters.
First delivery. Andrew Savage sends that one a long way, but it's got too much air underneath it, and right on the warning track is Matteo Zeppieri.
Boy, oh boy, it feels like the Red Sox are maybe a combined 15 feet away from 3 extra home runs already on the night. But Andrew Savage putting a charge into that one. If I'm McNeil and knowing the offense that you have the capability of, you're still better off going right at these hitters and probably giving up solo homers than you are, giving up walk after walk and giving up that big 3-run homer. So, as much as these are hard hit balls, I like the way McNeil is going after these hitters and keeping the base paths empty.
Here is Nick Ian in tone. He walked in his last plate appearance. Was stranded again. The Red Sox stranded the bases loaded back in the first inning. One's going to miss outside. Just goes to show you just their ability to get guys on base. But so far, they've only been able to cash in 3 runs. That's going to paint the outside edge for a strike. Really looks like McNeil was looking for that outside, and last couple of pitches, not able to get it. This time he does.
Yeah, the fastball location is going to be big for him. We know he has that big sweeping slider that can put hitters away, but getting that fastball early in counts is crucial for him.
Chopper down the line. That's going to go foul. As mentioned, the second meeting of the season between these two teams. They'll meet 2 more times in the next 6 days. Just the way the schedule works. We don't set it.
At least this year it's a balanced schedule. Because last year you would play 42 games, which means you would play 5 games against every team, and then you'd have 2 teams that you play 6 games against. Last year, Kitchener won the series over Brantford 3-2. This year, they get them a full 6 times, and already with an early lead in the season series.
3 balls, 2 strikes. That one's laced foul. The 6th and final meeting of the season. Again, barring any kind of weather delays or anything of that nature. Sunday, July 15th at July 19th rather, at Arnold Anderson Stadium in Brantford. So they'll wrap up the season series on July 19th.
That's early.
Very early. Still another month and a half. Another chance on the 3-2. That one misses, and Nick Ian in tone will walk for the second time tonight.
And this is just their second meeting of the season, so that means they're playing 5 of their 6 games head-to-head this year in a 3-week span. Wow. That's quite the scheduling quirk.
It happens.
Number 15, Cassidy Watt.
And things are pretty relatively balanced the rest of the way. I mean, you look at August for Kitchener. Got to play Guelph a couple of times. You play Barrie a couple of times, Welland a couple of times, as that one is laced high into left center and unable to make the catch there as Matteo Zeppieri is getting over to third is Nick Ian in tone as Cassidy Watt is able to get on board safely.
Yeah, long single for Cassidy Watt, and although Zeppieri didn't come up with the catch, got to credit Josvani Penalve in there to back him up, and Zeppieri knows when he's got that veteran outfield presence, and Penalve there knows that he can roll the dice and try and come up with that low probability catch. Penalve backs him up. If he's not there, that ball's probably going all of the way to the wall. Ian Antone's going to score. Cassidy Watt's probably winding up at second or third. Instead, he ends up at first base.
And we're going to get a pitching change. Owen McNeil is coming out of the ball game with the runners on the corners here in the third. New pitcher coming in just a moment. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll let you know who it is on the other side.
Everyone dreams of being great. Only a select few can be iconic. But only one is chosen. Introducing the Chosen One from Rawlings. The all-new one-piece composite iteration of the top-rated and established Icon BB Core bat.
Well, Sam Quintana is going to come into the ball game here as we welcome you back inside Jack Couch Park here in Kitchener. As Owen McNeil, a little bit of a surprise for us here in the broadcast booth, getting the old heave-ho here in the early going, as that is going to go for strike one.
Yeah, I'm pretty stunned, Mark. I mean, would you have liked to seen a bit of a better outing from McNeil to start this one? Absolutely, but still not even at 70 pitches and a really long way to go in this one. Didn't expect Pete Kiefer to go to the pen this early. I understand bringing on a lefty, but now if Quintana struggles and you have to end up burning a lot of arms today, and then another game in less than 24 hours, you really put yourself behind the 8-ball.
There's a swing and a miss for strike two.
Talked earlier about how I liked the way that McNeil was attacking hitters, not afraid to go into the zone and let his outfield do the work, even with a couple loud outs. But I think Pete Kiefer might have viewed that a different way, in that McNeil's getting hit really hard. Even with the outs he's producing, we had to get him out of there.
That one's going to miss outside. Again, trying to set a tone. You're going to be facing Brantford quite a bit over the next several days, including in Brantford tomorrow afternoon, a 2 o'clock first pitch at Arnold Anderson Stadium. To the plate, that one is going to go up high. It's going to stay in the infield. Scansey will flag it down and make the catch. So they get out of it, and Kitchener holds on to this 5-3 lead as we head to the home half of the third, and we will see Scansey, Fuji, and Gross, the bottom of the order, due up for the Kitchener Panthers. And, they have to continue to hit Colby Klepper hard here, especially in this upcoming inning, and set a little bit more of a tone here. It's a 2-run lead, but you'd like to see that increase a little bit more.
Yeah, especially after you're able to put up a clean inning of your own, where Owen McNeil and Quintana team up to not allow a run in that third inning. So it's the first time they've been able to do that in this game. He got a 2-run cushion and a chance to build it. It's going to be the second time through the bottom of the order for Klepper. Seeing how he's pitched, you're probably going to get the top of the lineup, seeing him for a third time. He has struggled. I mean, that was one of the worst warm-up pitches I've seen in my time calling games here. And, he's certainly on the ropes already. He's going to hit 60 pitches in this inning, barring an immaculate inning. So this is a time, and we know Scansey's been swinging a hot bat. Fuji and Gross have been starting to get into a solid stretch as of late and really finding their stroke at the plate. This is an inning for the Panthers where you want to put a couple on the board and get a bit of breathing room.
It has not been a banner night for the Brantford Redsox, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. I should say especially on the defensive side of the ball. A lot of outside pitches from Colby Klepper. And Andrew Savage, for the amount of times that the Kitchener Panthers have been stealing the bases, these stolen base plays at second base have not been close.
No, absolutely. I mean, Savage has had trouble back there, even on good pitches and bad jumps from Panthers runners. He hasn't even been close to recording an out. So got to imagine with the speed that the Panthers bring, if they get anyone on first base and there's an open base at second, wouldn't be surprised to see them get the green light to take off.
A little bit of John Lester in him. That was quite the World Series. That one's going to be delivered right across at belt level for strike one for Zane Scansey. Out-of-town scoreboard, London with a 5-0 lead on Chatham-Kent, top 4. Barrie with a 4-0 lead in Toronto, top 3. And it's still scoreless in Hamilton, bottom 3 between the Jackfish and the Cardinals. Scansey singled back in the first. The 0-2, that one's flared into center field and a little bit too much air underneath it, and Walker Hultgren will make the catch.
First time Klepper has retired the leadoff hitter tonight, just a lazy fly ball from Zane Scansey, and a big first out for him. Talk about the confidence that you can get from a pitcher, even when it's just a fly ball out, and have to see if the Panthers can try and string something together and make sure Klepper doesn't get in too much of a groove. You want a pitcher to feel uncomfortable, and I think the Panthers did a pretty good job through the first 2 innings. You don't want him to have a quick 3-up, 3-down frame and really start to settle in with his confidence.
Should mention that Lisandro Martinez has the go-ahead goal for Argentina. Cabo Verde trailing 2-1 in the 102nd minute of that World Cup clash, as Argentina looks to continue on their road to repeat. Egypt beating Australia earlier on today. Colombia, Ghana going at 9:30 Eastern tonight. Here's the 1-1 to Fuji. Takes one inside for ball number 2. Of course, everybody looking forward to that Canada-Morocco matchup, 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That one's going to be in Houston. The 2-1, swing and a miss for strike 2. The only other matchup on the docket, 5 o'clock, Paraguay and France, live from Philadelphia. The 2-2, that one's going to miss outside.
Everyone's talking about how, Canada is, facing an uphill battle against Morocco. It's crazy to think if they pull off the upset tomorrow, they're going to be facing one of the absolute giants in world soccer with a potential matchup against France in the quarters.
That one's going to miss way in for ball 4. And can you just imagine Alphonso Davies versus Kylian Mbappe? So Fuji will get to first base, and Rafi Gross will come up to the dish. He was hit by a pitch back in the second, took a laser beam to the ribs. Later came around to score. And if you're the Panthers, now you got traffic on the base path. Don't be surprised if you see Fuji try to steal here in the first couple pitches, as that one's going to go way away. Don't need to steal there, as Yosuke Fuji gets an easy 90 feet.
Yeah, Klepper has been pretty wild tonight, and that time, that breaking ball just took off on him. And I think even Rafi Gross was a bit surprised. You can see him laughing there as he steps back in. That one was well off the mark and well behind him. Not too often you see a pitcher at this level miss that badly.
By the way, it's 2-2 Argentina and Cabo Verde. Down the line, that's going to get over the head. Base hit here for Gross. Circling around third, Fuji getting on his horse all the way in to score, and the Panthers make it 6-3. RBI single for Gross.
It's the kind of at-bat you want to see from Gross. You know, takes that pitch well behind him, thinking, you know, I could probably just stay patient and get aboard with a walk here, but still looks for that pitch up in the zone, turns on that fastball up and in, and just hits a line drive into left field. And a guy that could use some confidence at the plate is certainly Rafi Gross. He went 0 for 3.
Runner's going to go in on line this time, but not in time, as Rafi Gross with his second stolen base of the night.
Just going back to finish that thought, Gross, you know, had a tough game, went 0 for against the Royals, and a day where it seemed like everybody in the Panthers lineup was hitting, he was left out. But you know, some good production early on, has his second stolen bag, has an RBI single. If he starts to get things clicking, wouldn't be surprised to see him move up in the Panthers batting lineup.
Zeppieri swings through that for strike one. He hit a laser beam into center field, but it was caught by Hultgren. He walked his first time up. That one misses on the outside. Again, you want to talk about a guy that would like to hit the baseball as much as he likes to walk, and you're seeing it in the numbers. I'd imagine that Zeppieri would like to get something in the strike zone and get some barrel to the baseball, as that one misses inside. He has not gotten much to hit at tonight.
No, I mean, he had that one pitch that he swung at earlier in the at bat, and not even sure it would have been a strike, just something that he could hit. And when he's been given up this opportunity this year, he's been good. A 964 OPS, has 5 homers. We saw a 3-run shot earlier this week against the Jackfish, but no doubt about it, pitchers have not wanted to give him anything to hit. And that one at the top of the zone, questionable call, and as patient as Zeppieri has been, now he's going to be facing a 2-strike count, which feels like something we haven't seen him had to do a lot this year.
Well, let's see how he battles it here. The 3-2 incoming. Puts that one into right field. Brody Black camps underneath it. He'll make the catch. And the throw back into the infield. Rafi Gross will stay on second, and there is 2 away.
If you want a visual representation to, you know, give you an idea of just how much of a hitter's friendly park that is, usually when you have a ball hit that deep to right field and you've got a speedy guy on second base, they're almost guaranteed to tag up and get to third. But even with the wheels of Gross at second base, Black in a great spot, a good throw in, and you know, just not a lot of room out there, and a wise move by Gross, as he would have been cooked at third base.
Good genes in that Black family when it comes to baseball. As that one's popped up down the third base line, it's into foul territory, and it's going to drop. Everybody went charging for that one. Ortega, Cantor, and Ian and Tone, all 3 of them went into that Bermuda Triangle in foul ground, but none of them got to the baseball. Set the Panthers bullpen scrambling quite a bit too. So Kiefer stays alive. His 3rd plate appearance of the night. Checks on Gross. The throw in, and that's going to hit Kiefer. And that'll put runners on first and second, as again, that baseball has been really getting away from Colby Klepper tonight.
Yeah, he's had some trouble controlling it, especially in the inner half of the plate where, he's been living for at least the 60% of his pitches. That time that one runs in and hits Petey Kiefer. He's also in the top 5 in hit by pitch this season. That's the 8th time he's been plunked, but gets the job done and keeps the train moving for this Panthers offense.
Here is Yosvani Penalve. He has reached, he has scored both times he has been up tonight. That'll go across for a strike just above the belt level right there. Penalve also employing some speed on the base path. Try to get these guys around. Missing on the outside. 77th pitch on the Knights. 37 of them have gone for balls, so about 50%. That's going to miss on the outside. And, for the amount that Colby Klepper has been missing, that's a 50-50 ball, and you like the patience if you're a Panthers fan as Yosvani Penalve holds off on that one.
Yeah, this Panthers team has been patient all season, drawing a lot of walks. 3rd most walks drawn at the plate on the year.
Swings and misses through that one for strike 2.
Just power on power that time. Klepper challenged Penalve with the fastball. Good location, and Yosvani just couldn't catch up to it, and now he'll have to be a bit more defensive with 2 strikes.
Kiefer on first, Gross on second. Klepper looking to get out of the inning with 1 pitch. That one sent into foul ground. As about 3 kids go running for that one. That one actually reached the track around the soccer field next door.
You see what the Maple Leafs are doing for any foul balls that you return to them? You get a free Krispy Kreme donut or a freezie if you bring back a foul ball.
Wait, you get the choice now?
Yeah. Oh, I'd be knocking over some kids to get those donuts.
All day. Chopper down the line. That's going to get through. Base hit. Coming home is Rafi Gross. And the Panthers now up by 4.
Just a real professional piece of hitting that time from Yosvani Penalve. Gets a breaking ball down in the zone. It's hard to get the barrel of the bat to the ball in that situation, but goes down and gets it. Doesn't hit it particularly hard, but puts it in a perfect spot, even with Bateman playing to the right of the second base bag and playing for a pull lefty hitter. Still unable to catch up to it, and the slow roller just gets through. Great result for Penalve. Another RBI and another Panthers run.
And here is Malik Williams yet again. Runners still on first and second, but 2 away. It's going to miss inside for ball 1. And I really don't want to bury the lead on this one, Ian, but what would you do for a Krispy Kreme donuts? Well, you already said it.
I would not. If there is a foul ball and I see one sitting there and there is a 7-year-old going after it, well, I'd be turning on the Jets to get to that ball first. I'd be jumping on that like a fumble in the Super Bowl, unlike Cam Newton.
Yeah. Or a butt fumble like Mark Sanchez.
I would not let that baseball go.
No. Here comes the 2-0. That one's going to get through the hole. Another base hit here for the Panthers. They keep it rolling. The throw into third base is offline, and another run will come in to score. And the Panthers, with a 3rd run this inning, they make it 8-3.
Yeah, and a great 2-out rally, Ever since Zeppieri flew out to right field and Penalve was unable to tag up in advance, Kiefer gets the hit by pitch, a couple singles, and just another great piece of hitting from Malik Williams. Haven't seen him show off the power tonight, but just right on that pitch. Anytime you have a ball sitting right back up the middle, that means the hitter was right on it. And Williams just a smooth swing to keep the inning going for Kitchener, and No, these are the kind of stretches you want in the game. Your pitching staff doesn't give up a run in the top half, and now with 2 outs, your offense is just relentless. A great stretch for the Panthers over these last 5 outs.
Here is Junior Ibarra. He has reached both times tonight. Once on a fielder's choice, another on an error. Have you ever gotten a foul ball before?
I have, actually.
Okay.
I have. I was, surprisingly, of all the games I've been to in Toronto, the only one I've had, I was at a game in Arizona. Just fell into my lap, had no desire to keep the baseball. I was just looking for a child around me to give it to, and eventually the buddy I was with next to me said, "Dude, you don't want that?" I said, "No, absolutely, take it." And I made his day, so I'm glad I made someone's day. I was hoping it would be a 7-year-old. Instead, it was a 27-year-old.
Well, we're going to get a mound visit as Greg Rapp is going to come out to visit the pitcher mid-at-bat, which is not something you see all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the strike-to-ball ratio earlier, certainly on the wrong end of things, and I feel like that percentage has been creeping up in the wrong direction if you're the Brantford Redsox over these last couple batters.
Well, there is some activity as Axel Rosario is warming up for the Brantford Red Sox. He's only made 1 appearance this season, but you know, he could be finding his way into this game very soon. Ever tell you I got a drumstick at a Billy Talent concert at the end?
Wow, that's amazing. Love Billy Talent.
That one's going to be sent out of play and never got a baseball.
How many 7-year-olds did you have to knock over for that drumstick?
I knocked over 3 27-year-olds.
Okay. Elbows up.
It's always the key. If you ever go to a concert and somebody throws a drumstick into the crowd, it drops to the ground. Don't try to grab the end of it. Into foul ground, over to make the catch is Cassidy Watt, and that is going to end the inning.
For the Panthers,
So just some advice. Again, grab the middle of the drumstick.
Gives you more leverage.
Exactly. And then you just tell them, hey, I got the middle. I'm not letting go. It's mine. Didn't get a Krispy Kreme donut out of it. Anyway, 8-3 scoreline. We'll be back after this.
Get ready, Chatham Kents. For the first time ever in the new Canadian Baseball League era, the 2026 All-Star Showdown is landing at Fergie Jenkins Field on the July 11th and 12th weekend. The league's top talent, all in one place. Watch the full slate of skills competitions, including the popular Home Run Derby on Saturday, and on Sunday, the ultimate 2026 CBL All-Star Game featuring your favorite players for a mid-season showdown. Chatham Kent, it's our time. The All-Star Weekend of the new CBL era. It's history in the making.
Well, if it can't be here at the ballpark to pick up some swag, remember you can get your gear online. Keg Tappers gear, Panthers gear, including these beautiful baby blues, have your name on it. Just scan the QR code and shop right now. Quintana stays in the ballgame here in the top half of the fourth. The Panthers with an 8-3 lead on the Brantford Red Sox, as the Sox will turn to Lucas Bateman to lead things off.
How many Krispy Kreme donuts would you have had to trade for that drumstick?
Ooh. Sean Fafaro says 4.
No less than 4.
No less than 4.
I think you can make the case for a dozen.
I would want a dozen.
I think you can make the case for that.
That one.
That changes everything.
That changes everything. Someone thinking, oh, it's the ice cream drumstick. No.
No.
No, an actual drumstick. 2 balls, 1 strike here on Bateman. Puts that one right on over. Kiefer fields it over. And that is a 6-3 putout. Now, I've had that drumstick on display at the home for quite some time. I don't know if I'm letting go of it now, but in the moment, I would go for an even dozen Krispy Kremes.
Oh, I get it.
Especially considering I lived in Timmins at the time. You're nowhere near a Krispy Kreme location.
No, I completely understand. First time I saw Billy Talon, I was in middle school, and he was in St. John, New Brunswick, so a big deal. And I remember we had floor seats, and then a couple weeks before the show, Billy Talon announced that they were changing it to general admission. And after seeing mosh pits, my father said, no way, so we had tickets up in the seats, and there was no chance of catching a drumstick up there. So given the opportunity you were given, I don't blame you for asking for a hefty Krispy Kreme price for those.
That's a swing and a miss. A hefty drumstick from Jacob Cantor here in the batter's box. The mosh pit was plenty that night, I'll tell you that much. Quintana deals the 0-2, and that's going to miss on the outside and did not miss by much.
They actually performed last year at the RBC Canadian Open after the second round, and I'll tell you, even with all those years of performing on them, they can still put on a show.
I still remember when Billy Talon 2 came out. It was around the mid-2000s. What an era for music. As that is strike 3. As that is the first strikeout victim of the night for Sam Quintana.
And that's just that nasty slider and that big lefty frame that he gets so much horizontal action on that sweeping slider. Starts outside the zone and then just breaks in and catches the corner for strike 3.
Here is Brody Black. He's 1 for 2, but that one was a 2-run shot in the second inning. That one was off of Owen McNeil. See how he fares here against Quintana.
If you're going to make a pitching change this early, you might as well, go from a righty to a lefty and at least flip around the lineup for the Red Sox, make things a little tougher on their managers. So I think it was a quick hook, but so far Quintana has looked pretty comfortable ever since coming in.
There's another take for strike 2. What would be your favorite concert that you've been to?
Oh, I saw the Chili Peppers at Stade de France, where the French national team plays. That was a pretty incredible show. That was up there. That would probably be at the top of my list right now. How about you?
Ooh, I haven't traveled out of country for a big-time concert, although I did spend a May-long weekend in Nashville. Didn't go for a big concert, but saw a lot of bands that weekend, I'll tell you that much.
A lot of good live music cities in the U.S. Nashville's an awesome one. Austin, surprisingly, they actually call it the live music capital of the world, which is surprising. It's a little different from Nashville, no doubt about it, but on 4th Street, you definitely still get those Broadway vibes at nighttime when things come alive.
Quintana gets the sign. Here comes the 2-2. That's going to miss on the outside yet again. Quintana really trying to paint that outside. Hasn't got the call the last 2 pitches. But to answer your question, Blink 182 was always good. I've seen them a couple of times, both with and without Tom. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. That's a 1-2-3 inning. Yeah, that's probably my number 1, I would say.
Can't blame you at all for that choice. Strong showing from Quintana since coming into this game. I mean, he was put in a tough situation with 2 runners on, but he induced that soft pop-up from Walker Hultgren to end the 3rd. Comes in, gets a ground ball up the middle that's easily handled by Kiefer, and then back-to-back strikeouts. That slider looking real sharp, and we talked about all the runs that would be scored tonight. The Panthers pitching staff, they go up there and put up consecutive zeros. It's a pretty good start.
Especially with the way this game started, for sure, as the Panthers have 8 runs on the board, and they're going to take on a new pitcher here in the 4th inning as Axel Rosario will come in to take over for Colby Klepper.
Yeah, haven't seen a lot from Rosario so far in a Red Sox uniform. Has only made the one appearance. That came most recently on Sunday against the Royals. Through 32 pitches, recorded 4 outs, and only gave up the 2 hits, a couple Ks and a couple walks. So bit of a mixed bag from him in that first appearance. So not a lot to go off of, and we'll have to see how he attacks this Panthers lineup, who's already working with a 5-run lead.
Well, we'll have to see if he can control the strike zone a little bit with a little bit more regularity than Klepper did in the first 3 innings of work. Yes, he was getting some of his outs, but the Panthers really took advantage. But Axel Rosario, he does bring quite the resume as well. Was formerly a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates organization, played in the minors for them, played in the minors for the Kansas City Royals for a time too. So, does have that minor ball experience to take along with him. Of course, kind of got in that juggling act that was the pandemic that canceled out the 2020 minor league system.
And you look at what Colby Klepper does, and doesn't give up a home run, which usually you'd think, oh, that's a recipe for success, especially against a Panthers team that with the ballpark they play, and you think if they're going to win ball games, they're going to have to hit home runs. But I think it says a lot about the Panthers and their approach at the plate tonight, not necessarily looking for that home run swing on each pitch. Instead, it's kind of been that death by 1,000 paper cuts. You look at the box score tonight, and if I'm not mistaken, they still don't have an extra base hit, but still have 8 runs on the board. Says a lot about how they're swinging the bat as a team.
And it really speaks even to the outfield of the Red Sox as well. There were a couple of moments where you thought that a single might have been stretched into a double, but you have to give credit to Ian and Tone Holtgren and Black for the way that they have been able to play in the outfield, as that one's going to get way away from Rosario. That's not a good sign if you're the Red Sox.
That's a great sign if you're the Panthers.
Yes. Eight to 3 the score. The 1-0 coming here to Josh. And another one gets away from Rosario. 2 straight pitches.
Does Axel have the yips?
He might. Those weren't even in the district. The 2-0, that one is down Broadway for a strike.
What a ride. What a ride the Axel Rosario experience has been in 3 pitches.
Where does this one go? That'll paint the outside edge for a strike, because it seems like Rosario's starting to dial in a bit.
Yeah, great fastball location there. Josh taking all the way, and that one just dots the Black for strike 2.
Josh ever so patient. Just waiting for something to hit. Chopper down the line. Ortega fields it. Over to first. In time, and coming off the bag for a moment there was Cassidy Watt, but he gets the tag onto the bag in time.
Yeah, really great play on the front end of that with Ortega, who played that well on the short hop, a late hop. As an infielder, oftentimes you want to try and catch the ball, right on its bounce before it can take that big hop and potentially bounce under or over your glove. Did a great job eliminating that. On the other end, Cassidy Watt has looked a little uncomfortable over there at first base tonight. Ends up recording the out, but it's been a bit of an adventure for him over there.
Here is Zane Scansey. One misses inside. As the adventure continues here on this Friday night. Again, the front half of a home and home between these two teams, if you're looking at the next 24 hours, as that one's going to skip away from Savage. As Axel Rosario is having a heck of a time even gripping that baseball, it seems.
He's starting to look like my first serves on the tennis court. there's a chance that they're in there for an ace, but they're more likely winding up at the fence.
It's like me doing a goal kick, kicking with the toe, as that one's going to get in and clip Scansey, and he'll take a base.
Yeah, I mean, he's lucky that that one didn't drill him square in the ribs. It just kind of grazed him on the way by. A fastball, and Scansey just able to scooch out of the way of trouble. And another hit batter tonight for the Panthers. That's the third that they've got aboard after getting drilled with a pitch.
I can tell you that somebody went into the Brantford Red Sox bullpen to start stretching a bit, so no throws as of yet. As Fuji puts one into center field. Another single here for the Panthers.
Great job from Fuji hopping on that fastball over the heart of the plate. And it's one of the tough things about facing a pitcher like Axel Rosario. As much as you want to be selective, knowing that he has trouble finding the strike zone, he might also throw you a nice firm fastball down the heart of the plate. And those are the kind of the pitches that Fuji loves to jump on. Just sends it straight back where it came from, shoots it into center field, and now Kitchener's in business.
Well, like you said, it's been a death by 1,000 paper cuts. 8 hits for the Panthers here so far, all of them singles. As Rafi Gross steps in, he's got one of those 8. And that's going to go upstairs.
And I mean, Gross has already been hit by pitch in his first plate appearance. The second time he had a pitch thrown behind him, and now he's got to go out there and face Axel Rosario, who has thrown the baseball in just about every coordinate you can think of.
1-0, check on the runner. That's going to skip off, and both runners looking to advance as that one's going to go over the head.
Stupid.
Into center field it goes. 1 run will come in to score.
Boy, oh boy, Andrew Savage has had a ton of trouble. You already have a runner going to third base. Fuji's got a great jump at second. He's got an 85% chance of getting in there safely. You'd have to be right on the money. And the risk versus reward just doesn't seem worth it there. That's just not a smart play by Andrew Savage behind the dish.
So it's going to be a wild pitch and an error charged to Savage on that. And it's a 2-0 count here on Gross. That's going to skip as Savage really had to be athletic on that one.
He's done a great job behind the plate in terms of blocking some of these wild pitches. His throws have taken him on a bit of an adventure, but that time he saves an extra base with Fuji down at second. And now Rosario, imagine he's just got to groove one in there.
Here comes the 3-0. That's going to paint the outside for a strike.
The strikes have looked really good.
Yes.
Good fastball, good location, hasn't left it over the heart of the plate.
Three balls, 1 strike here on Gross. Really keeping an eye on Fuji, keeping an extra eye on him. Another check over to second. And that one's laced down the line. It's a fair ball and goes all the way to the fence. Coming in to score is Fuji, and that is the first extra base hit of the night for the Panthers. An RBI double for Rafi Gross as they reach double figures.
Great at bat by Gross, taking a couple tough pitches and then just turns on that fastball up in the zone. Hammers it down the left field line. The Panthers, as you said, Mark, get their first extra base hit. And Rafi Gross, who has been gradually bumped down the order throughout the year after all these struggles, including a tough day on Canada Day against the Royals. A great showing tonight, a couple stolen bags, couple RBI, and now an extra base hit. And it's still just the 4th inning.
And the 4th plate appearance now for Matteo Zeppieri as we're back to the top of the order yet again.
Zeppieri might break that walks record tonight.
At this rate. Well, there is strike 1. He is 0 for 2 on the night. He walked his first time up and has flown out his other 2 times. Gross again on second. The offering from Rosario is going to miss inside. It's been an interesting outing for Axel Rosario here so far. And that'll go in for a strike.
After watching his first 2 pitches, Mark, if you told me that he'd worked through the first 3 batters without giving up a walk, I tell you, you're pretty crazy. The Panthers have done a good job staying patient and waiting for their pitch because he does throw strikes. It might just take a while to get there.
Keeps an eye. Here comes the 1-2. And that's going to hit Zeppieri. And it hits him right in the leg. And he's just going to trot on over to first base as another baseball gets away from Rosario.
Yeah, and a heavy fastball. It's a second hit batter already of the inning. And Zeppieri, who likes to crowd the plate that time, it runs in and drills him.
The shortstop, number 17, Kiefer.
There's more movement in the Red Sox pen as I'm starting to see some balls being tossed out there. So we'll see how much more of a leash you're going to have on Rosario here, who has not had the greatest of outings. Kiefer will send that one away.
And if you're able to knock Rosario out of this game fairly quickly, it's not only what it does for the Panthers tonight, but also what it does for them tomorrow. Remember, you're facing this exact same team. If you can wear out their bullpen and make them use a lot of arms tonight, Pete Kiefer and the Panthers should be in the driving seat tomorrow afternoon at Arnold Anderson Stadium.
Another adventure there for Andrew Savage just to get in front of that baseball.
Also interesting to see how Jorge Magnetti does tomorrow in his second start in the league after such an impressive showing last week in Welland against the Niagara Longcocks.
Here comes the 1-1. That one's going to miss high and away. I wonder how many... I don't know if that's a one-off that they're going to be doing this season, but I'd imagine that they'll bring the Longcocks back at some point.
I mean, it's pretty incredible. I had a look on their merch shop and might be getting myself a Cox shirt.
The 2-1, that one's going to miss upstairs. You know what? We had the conversation about concerts and treats and whatnot. What's your favorite alter ego? Whether it's here in the CBL or maybe anywhere in sports.
Sports-wise, I'd have to think about it, but CBL specific, I do love the Berlin Keg Tappers merch. There's no doubt about it. I also I love the colors that the Forest City Cobra Chickens have.
Yes.
You know, I really like the Miami Vice kind of colors. I can get behind those. How about you?
Ooh.
I mean, I know I just took 2 really good ones,
yeah,
so it's kind of unfair.
I mean, I'm definitely pro Cobra Chickens. Here comes the 3-2. That one's going to skip in, and it'll be a walk issued to Kiefer. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Cobra Chickens, not so much of the real kind when they're blocking traffic, but that's neither here nor there. And no mound visit as of yet, as the bases are loaded here for Yosvani Penalve.
Eventually it gets to a point where the game may be out of hand, and you know the coaching staff has to start thinking about tomorrow and for the Red Sox. So looks like we are going to have a mound visit. Late one at that. They wanted to make sure Penalve came to the plate.
As the entire infield and Andrew Savage will all come in here for this conversation. And it's a big conversation to have. Again, you got a hot batter in Penalve who's hit singles his last 2 times up. And you got a whole lot of traffic to deal with here on the base path.
And still only 1 down. Obviously, you're looking for the double play, but Rosario's only been able to get the 1 ground ball this inning, and ever since then it's been all downhill. So gets charged with the mound visit that time, but got to imagine the leash is going to be pretty short. And at this point, if the Panthers keep pouring it on, eventually got to imagine that the Red Sox are just going to have to find someone that can wear this one on the mound and get them through the game and try and preserve the bullpen at least somewhat for the ball game tomorrow afternoon.
First offering is down the line. Fair ball. It's going to drop into right field. One run comes in to score. And a great throw in by Brody Black. And there's that outfield defense again, cutting down a run, or else easily coming in probably would have been Zeppieri.
Yeah, this Red Sox outfield probably doesn't get talked enough. Talked earlier about Walker Hultgren and the job that he's done in center field, backing up those throws from Andrew Savage into second base. If it weren't for Hultgren and his heads-up defensive awareness, there'd probably be a couple extra bases taken in that situation. Pair that with Brody Black and the kind of arm that he has in right field. No doubt about it, the Red Sox have a very talented defensive outfield. Unfortunately, their pitching staff tonight just haven't given them much help.
Well, here is Malik Williams, the absolute last batter the Red Sox want here with the bases loaded and one away. And that one's going to skip here on Savage. He protects it. And it's a 1-0 count here on Malik.
I think if I'm Rosario and the Red Sox here, I'm almost okay walking Malik Williams. Like you said earlier, take the bat out of his hands. You know, giving up one run here is a lot better than if he shoots one to the gap or even worse over the wall.
Chopper stays in the infield. This is going to be a tough play over at first, and he is not in time. An infield single for Malik Williams, and that'll keep the bases loaded here yet again as the Panthers just continue to chip away.
And that's something we haven't said a lot this year, an infield single for Malik Williams, but the ball was just hit so softly that Jacob Cantor, despite getting to it, making a great throw to first base, still couldn't get him. Just that, long infield grass slows the ball down, and by the time Cantor even got to that ball, Williams was only a couple steps away from the bag at first.
That one's going to miss inside on Junior Ibarra for ball one. He's driven in a couple of runs here tonight. Rosario getting reset. Again, base is still loaded with one away, and that one gets, oh, what a grab there by Andrew Savage as that one goes over the head of Junior. As Axel Rosario still having trouble with that strike zone. He gets one there. So the hits continue to roll in. 12 runs on 11 hits here for the Panthers tonight. Brantford has been charged with 3 errors. The 2-1 upstairs. Junior, the 9th batter of the inning for the Kitchener Panthers. Another thing that we haven't said a whole lot of this season, Ian, the Panthers batting around the order, although they have been doing that a little bit more often lately.
Yeah, they've been kind of the victim of it and on the other end of it for most of the season early on, but obviously that huge 5th inning against the Royals where they scored, 9 runs on Canada Day in the one frame, and now another wild one up top and another free one for the Panthers.
A bases loaded walk, the always dramatic bases loaded walk, and Greg Rapp is going to come out. We're going to get a pitching change, it looks like. I think that's going to be the end for Axel Rosario here tonight. Just one out for Axel Rosario here. And he will get the hook. New pitcher coming into the ball game for the Brantford Red Sox, who are down big here in Kitchener.
What I look for in a Rawlings is a combination of things. Something that will kind of maintain for a long period of time. I've had a lot of success with Rawlings over the years.
What I like about my Rawlings glove is the feel.
feel is everything.
It's good to get that feel in your hands, and when you have it rolling, it's more easy to catch.
Weight goes a long way, and I feel like Rollins does a really good job of getting you top of the line leather.
As far as the leather, I usually stick to Pro Preferred.
I've actually always used Pro Preferred. I loved it from the start, so I'm kind of a guy, if I like something, I usually don't change it. So since the first day I signed with Rawlings, I've been using Pro Preferred.
What I like about my Rawlings glove is it's always felt the same. And it never falls apart. It feels good every single day I put it on my hand. And it's a mark of a pro.
Welcome back to KPTV Live. Mark Perry, Ian Jodry here in the broadcast booth at the couch. And Christian Kuzemka, a utility player, coming in to pitch for the Brantford Redsox.
Yeah, Axel Rosario kind of reminded me as myself as a kid when I was at a buffet. You know, started it but couldn't finish it and just could not get through the third inning, only the one out. And now he leaves a big mess for Christian Kuzemka. Bases loaded and only one down.
There's a swing and a miss for strike one on Josh Williams. You didn't finish a buffet?
Not as much as I'd like to. We'd go to those buffets in the U.S., these old country buffets that don't exist, and would just eat an irresponsible amount of food.
Dinner or breakfast?
Usually dinner.
Okay.
But I'd usually go back for one plate too many, and it was that last plate that would end it.
Yeah, there's always one too many. I've been to a number of breakfast buffets in my day. The 0-2, that one's going to be fouled back by Josh.
Talk about things that were COVID casualties. Buffets are certainly one of them. They're still out there, but there's not as many as the world needs.
A shame. Quite the shame. Give me some sausage, some bacon, some eggs. Give me a side plate of pancakes, as that one is going to be strike number 3. That'll be the second out as the home plate umpire pulling out a little bit of Fernando Rodney on that strikeout call.
Boy, oh boy, just I don't know if you call that a breaking ball up in the zone. I don't know what kind of pitch repertoire Kuzemka has, obviously being primarily a position player, but tough one for Josh Williams. Started the inning with a ground out, and now he is the second out of the inning. There were 8 batters in between, and now there's 2 down, so a big out for the Red Sox, who are going to have a slow crawl to the finish line tonight, but they get a slow pitch up in the zone that couldn't have been more than 65 miles an hour for out number 2.
There's a swing and a miss by Zane Scansey. You're going to make your flight tomorrow, aren't you?
That's why I didn't book a late one tonight.
Fair.
I know better. Until the pitch clock gets here, there will be no late night flights.
The 1-1. There's a swing and a miss. Yeah, Christian Kuzemka coming into the ball game here, and you know, he does have pitching experience. He did come in as an emergency pitching option in the Frontier League.
Yeah, just how many? Yeah, 6 innings in 2024, 6 innings last year with Windy City, 4 earned runs. Pretty consistent in both of his 2 starts, but based on the scarcity of time he played versus his actual plate appearances, yeah, I got to imagine he was kind of that first emergency position player that teams usually have waiting in the wings for situations like this. Although I will say it's not too often you see them called upon in the 4th inning.
I'm baffled. The pitching in this game, the management of the pitching in this game has been interesting to see, and I'm not criticizing them in any way. It's just, it's very interesting to see what we have seen in this game tonight. As that one skied high. Into left field it goes. Calling off Cantor is Ian and Tone, and he gets to it. And that'll be the 3rd out. But the Panthers send 11 to the dish. And they got a whole buffet of runs on the board through 4 here at the couch.
At the Carpet Store in Kitchener, we've been flooring homes and businesses for over 30 years. Family run, local, and proud. From carpet to hardwood, luxury vinyl, tile, and more, we offer free measures, no commitment quotes, and expert installation. With Canadian-made options and solutions for any budget, our team is with you from start to finish. New builds, renovations, commercial jobs, we handle it all. Visit the Carpet Store Kitchener, where great floor
Get your tickets now for Kitchener Panthers baseball. A whole buffet of runs have been on the table here tonight. Who knows what we will see as the month of July continues on. A lot going on in our first professional season. Theme nights, giveaways, much more. We are the hottest ticket in town. Single game tickets and flex packs are on sale now. Scan that QR code. Sam Quintana down in the count here, 2-0. As the Panthers pile on the runs in the 4th inning. We are in the 5th. Tim Holick, Chris Ortega, and Andrew Savage due up here for Brantford. We're down 13-3.
Yeah, and Quintana, we're surprised to see McNeil come out of the game, but I think I was even more surprised to see Quintana get the call here. Not sure if they're kind of using this as his bullpen, but he started Monday against Welland and was the victim of a weird inning where, he balked 3 times. There were 4 errors by the infield in one inning. Welland turned it into a 5-run frame despite the ball never leaving the infield. So Quintana got a bit of an early hook in that one, only threw 65 pitches, but he's still only pitching on 3 days rest.
That one right on over to the second base, and Scansey over to first in time.
The third baseman, number 21, Chris Ortega.
And that'll bring up Chris Ortega, who is 1 for 2. And again, we talk about some of the decisions that have been made by both sides. I'm curious to see why you leave Axel Rosario as deep as you did, as it did not look like he got really settled in at all during that pitching performance, as that's going to go in for a strike. Although on the other end, we're kind of wondering about Owen McNeil, and getting the quick hook that he did in this game. But Sam Quintana really starting to showcase his stuff, looking a lot better than he did on Monday. And that's going to get on the hop into left field. It hops on Kiefer. The old Jack Couch bounce will allow Ortega to get on base.
Yeah, it's just a real tough play for P.D. Kiefer. He has to make a decision right off the hop, and with the confidence he has at shortstop, he decides to go backwards instead of coming in to try and, stuff that one and get it on a low hop, because if you come in, then you have a higher chance of it bouncing over top of your glove. Instead, he took the safer play and still got burned. Tough break there, and Ortega gets rewarded with a single.
And that'll set things up for Andrew Savage. Time is called, as it looks like Savage, or rather Ibarra, needs an extra moment here. Down the line, foul. Other games happening across the CBL tonight. A loaded schedule. Just the Guelph Royals not in action here on a Friday night. 6-0 London leading Chatham-Kent in the bottom half of the 7th. Barrie with a 5-0 lead in Christie Pitts in Toronto, top 6.
My dog's at that one.
Yes, he is.
He's loving it. Loves the Pitts.
Throw over to first. And not in time. Other game happening, Hamilton up on Welland, 2-0 in the top half of the 7th. A very low-scoring affair at Bernie Arbor Stadium.
Don't worry, we got enough runs for the rest of the league here at Jack Couch tonight.
So generous. That one sent down the line, foul.
We've got the whole buffet here.
As generous as you are with donuts? Or you just keep the dozen to yourself?
I mean, it depends how many people are in the room.
Okay.
If it's just us here, I think everyone gets one.
Okay. So giving. The 0-2 is going to miss outside. And part of a loaded weekend here for the Kitchener Panthers as we head into the All-Star Showdown in Chatham-Kent. The schedule got released for the All-Star festivities, which includes a whole lot of music, a whole lot of fun, and some interesting skills competitions. Not only the home run derby on the Saturday, but there's going to be a bunting contest.
That is going to be excellent television.
There is going to also be couple of accuracy throwing competitions for the catchers and the outfielders.
And they couldn't mix in a broadcaster Olympiad?
They could not mix in a broadcaster Olympiad. I'm gonna have to bargain for that one for next season.
Yeah, that'll be at the 2027 All-Star game.
Yes. That one right on over, hopped on Scansey for 1, in for 2, and that's a double play.
For the Redsox in the top of the
I don't know if Scansey would have had a better chance of turning 2 if he caught it or not, but it ended up working out just great for him. Kind of knocked it down on the infield. Was able to get Ortega at second with the catcher going to first. Kiefer had more than enough time to turn 2, and when things are going well, you just keep on getting balls and bounces in your favor, and that's exactly what happened for the Panthers in that inning. Another clean inning for Quintana, which, as much as the Panthers have struggled to find consistency in their rotation, that is a huge bright spot for them.
I need to point this out. The last couple of innings, our public address announcer, Sean Fafaro, who also controls the music, he's been playing a whole lot of Taylor Swift tonight. I don't know if there's an occasion happening, but there's been a lot of Swift being played through the speakers here at the Couch tonight.
Well, I want to give a congratulations to my close personal friend Travis Kelce on his marriage this weekend in New York City. Unfortunately, I'm going to be there just a day too late to make the wedding, but
you can catch him in the airport. I imagine that there's going to be a honeymoon of some sorts. Maybe you'll catch the newlyweds in crossing at JFK Airport.
Hey, there's a good chance. Who knows? I'm sure they fly commercial.
Yeah. They would never fly private. Who flies private these days? Who charters jets these days?
Definitely not Taylor Swift.
Never.
No chance.
It was interesting to see an episode of New Heights got released this morning on the wedding day, and it's Prince William as the guest. I did not have that on my bingo card. I'll tell you that much.
Absolutely not. You could have given me 70 guesses, and he would not have been in the top 70.
But also, did you guess who the officiant for the wedding would be?
I don't know how many guesses that would have taken. You would have had to give me a little bit of a hint, and it still might have taken me 50 to 100 guesses.
Well, I mean, he did well on The Wedding Singer. Maybe that's the hook. Adam Sandler, by the way.
I mean, definitely boosts his qualifications for it, no doubt about it.
Well, after Sam Quintana faces the minimum, we head to the home half of the 5th inning. It's Yosuke Fuji up to bat for the Panthers in a 13-3 ball game. My invite probably just got lost in the mail. That one misses outside. I am not bitter whatsoever. Having a great time, though, here at the couch on a Friday night. The 2-0 is going to dip downstairs under the knees, 3-0, as that is still Christian Kuzemka on the mound here for Brantford. And I'd imagine that if you are the Brantford Redsox, in a game like this, you at least want to try to get a little bit of length out of them, because you don't want to waste a whole lot of your pitching staff going into tomorrow's rematch, as the walk is issued here to Yosuke.
Well, that's exactly it. As much as you'd like to focus on the game at hand and, put yourself in a position to win, you're down double digits halfway through the game. You've only got 12 more offensive outs to work with, and the bigger picture is certainly a subject at hand. I mean, it's a 48-game season. This is just the 20th for the Red Sox. That they're still not even at the halfway mark, and you've got a game at home in less than 24 hours against this exact same team who will have already seen lots of these hitters and seen these pitchers, and you want to set yourself up for success tomorrow, especially when you're facing such an uphill battle in Game 1 of this home and home.
That one's fouled back by Rafi Gross. A single, a double, and a hit by pitch tonight. That one's going to hop right on over Savage. That was a one-hopper. That looked like a lacrosse shot from Christian Kuzemka, and that'll advance Yosuke Fuji 90 feet. Being told the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers have some nice jerseys on tonight. Oh, yes, they're waiting. In London, they're down 6-0. And, yes, they are wearing their Maple City jerseys.
Have they worn those on the road much this year?
I think this is the first time. They have worn them at home. I do know that.
Yeah.
That was the baseball game that turned into a country concert against the Barry Bay Cats. The 2-2. Rafi wastes another pitch. But back on the conversation of the alter egos, I just thought of one. And I just have to look down Highway 7. The Royal City Jockstraps, as there is strike 3 on Rafi Gross as he's retired for the first time tonight.
Top of the order for the Panthers one more time. It's the center.
It is, of course, the alter ego of the Guelph Storm, who have done that for the last couple of seasons. They have a weekend of Jockstraps jerseys on.
Is the logo a peanut?
It is a peanut. His name is Nutty, and he is a mascot that makes his way to the Sleeman Center on jockstraps weekend. There's a swing and a miss by Mateo for strike number 1. 1-1 count here on Mateo Zeppieri. He's been hit by a pitch as well tonight. Walked in his first plate appearance. And the jockstraps, they do pretty well.
So they even put the logo at center ice.
They did that for the first time this year.
That's dedication.
0-1, swing and a miss. And in fact, the jersey, the logo, everything, it's so good that even Sean Ferfaro, who, as many know, hosts the Kitchener Rangers on Rogers TV, he owns a jockstraps hat. Got to add to the collection. The 1-2 missing way inside, and Savage just getting a glove on that one.
Sometimes it's tough to pick these alter egos when you think sports-wide, because then you start getting into the depths of, minor league baseball in the U.S., and there's so many team names that are already incredible without the alter ego just on
absolutely.
their own.
I mean, you go NCAA and some of the sporting names that are within some of the collegiate teams in the U.S., and you have to wonder.
Absolutely. I went to a store in Cooperstown, New York that kind of sold all these different funky baseball team shirts specializing in the minor leagues. Bought myself a Montgomery Biscuits shirt, and yeah, there are some great logos out there around sports, and specifically in minor league baseball.
That's in Cooperstown. You can get those, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
I might have to make my way down. Full count here on Mateo Zeppieri. Yosuke Fuji over on second. Here comes the delivery from Kuzemka. There's a swing and a miss. Mateo Zeppieri fans on that one, and there's 2 away.
The shortstop, number 17.
And that'll set things up for Petey Kiefer here in the 5th inning.
Right after Sam Quintana faces the minimum in an inning, all of a sudden the Red Sox have a chance to get through a clean inning and put up a 0 for the first time. And who would have thought that it would have been, a guy who's usually a position player coming in to shut the door. Kuzemka has been dealing pretty good and looking pretty comfortable out there ever since coming into the ballgame.
Consistent strikes above the 50% plateau, which is, for a position player, exactly where you want to be. As that one's going to go in there, a dart right across Ottawa Street.
Of the 3 pitchers that have taken the mound tonight for the Red Sox, there's no doubt about it. He's had the best command and has looked the most comfortable out there, putting the ball in the zone and challenging these Panthers hitters, and already a couple strikeouts.
Oh, there's another one. Swing and a miss. A couple of Ks.
Strikes out
in
the
a
side.
row. Yes, indeed. Strikes out the side. We are through 5 here at the couch. The Kitchener Panthers, though, with a 13-3 lead here on a Friday night. Welcome back to KPTV Live, 13-3 the score. And don't forget, you can follow the Panthers anytime on social media for the most up-to-date information on the Kitchener Panthers. Hit like, hit subscribe on this very YouTube channel as well, so you're notified of our latest content, including live games, just like this one. It has been a night for the Kitchener Panthers, as that one is going to get through the hole, a base hit. And Nick Iannantone, for the lack of production to get onto the base path tonight, Nick Iannantone has reached all 3 times he has been up to the plate.
Yeah, and kind of picking up where he left off, mentioned that he played a huge role in that comeback win over the Barnstormers on Canada Day. The 3-run home run in the bottom of the 8th inning to pull the Red Sox within 1 before, of course, Chatham Kent went on to score 3 to get a bit of breathing room again in the top of the 9th. And then, of course, Brantford scoring 5 in the bottom half, 3 of those runs coming with 2 out, and what was an unbelievable comeback at Arnold Anderson Stadium. That momentum has not carried into the first few innings tonight, and I say, you know, it's a 10-run lead, but those can disappear in a hurry, as we saw the last time these teams met.
And if you recall, it was in the 9th inning where the Brantford Red Sox put 8 runs up on the board before even an out was recorded, I believe. The 0-2 missing on the outside. This is Cassidy Watt. His 3rd plate appearance of the night. He's 1 for 2. Missing off the plate yet again, evens the count.
Gotta wonder what kind of workload we'll be looking at for Quintana tonight through 65 pitches, you know, just 4 days ago on Monday. So cumulatively now he's well over that 100 pitch mark, but still no action in the Panthers bullpen, so they might let him ride for a bit.
That one's going to go into left center, and it's not going to be caught on the run. Throw back into second base, and he's safe. A stand-up double for Cassidy Watt. It was a one-hopper in left center field. But a good job there, nonetheless, by the outfield, just to get that one back in to make it a close play at second.
Yeah, Zepieri played it well in center field, but just didn't have the strongest of throw. Even though Kiefer cut it off, he didn't have a chance to get Iannantone at third. Cassidy Watt, who was hustling in the second base, was just coming in with too much seam for Scansey to apply the tag in time, even though it was close. But now Quintana will have to deal with some traffic on the base pass for the first time tonight.
That's going to go in there for a strike. That was a sweeping delivery from Quintana here on Walker Holtgren. Gets the sign here from Junior. He's going to set up a little bit higher in the zone. That one's going to be put into center field. RBI single for Walker Holtgren, and for the first time since the second inning, the Brantford Red Sox have put one on the board.
Yeah, and this is the first time tonight, or even this week, I should say, that it looks like Quintana has been hit hard a couple times in a single inning. You know, he's been cruising along, a lot of ground balls, a lot of soft contact, and mixing in a few strikeouts and quite a bit of swing and miss with that big sweeping slider. But after seeing him for a couple plate appearances, the Red Sox have been all over him here in this 6th.
Well, there is some activity in the bullpen right now for the Panthers, as here comes Lucas Bateman. That's in there for a strike. Looks to be Bowen Cologne.
Yeah, certainly is, and it was an adventure for him, to say the least, the last time out against Welland, when he only recorded 1 out and walked 7 batters, giving up 5 earned runs.
Swing and a miss. Well, if you're Sam Quintana, you really want to dial in here and start to get some outs.
Fallen behind in a lot of these counts earlier in this inning. Now he has the number 9 hitter, 0-2. Could use a big out here, whether it's via the K or a ground ball and a chance to turn 2. need a productive at-bat here from Quintana's side of things.
Here it comes. That one misses on the outside. Quintana still throwing more strikes than balls here. As that one's fouled back. And if you're Lucas Bateman, you're 0 for 2 here tonight. You know, this is a good opportunity for you with runners on. And if you don't actually get on base, you know, try to stretch Quintana out a little bit more here.
Yeah, absolutely. Fight off a few pitches like he did there. At least hit a deep fly ball to the outfield to cash in another run.
The 1-2. Another one flared back, and having to get out of the way there were a couple of the Red Sox players right over there in the dugout. I can tell you right now as well, it is now 2-2. Welland in Hamilton in the bottom half of the 7th. The Jackfish cashing in 2 runs in the 7th inning. There's a swing and a miss. They're going to have to complete the strikeout there. He's not even going to try to go over to first base as Lucas Bateman. He's just going to walk away. But more importantly on that one as well, Walker Hultgren actually stole second base on that delivery. So now there's 2 runners in scoring position here for Jacob Cantor.
Yeah, smart play by Hultgren on the bases, knowing and seeing that Ibarra didn't have a ton of urgency there, knowing that Bateman was retired no matter what for the first out with first base being occupied. But he saw Ibarra being a little bit nonchalant behind the plate and takes off for second base easily, wipes out a chance at a double play, and now a single probably scores 2 for Jacob Cantor.
Well, Cantor has a home run in this game. He led off the game with that home run. But it has been anything but rosy since for the Red Sox. There's a swing and a miss.
Great off-speed pitch that time from Cologne. Doesn't throw it a lot. Excuse me, from Quintana. Doesn't throw it a lot. Loves that big sweeper and loves that fastball on the outer part of the plate. That time he goes with that middle changeup and fools Cantor for strike 2.
The 0-2. That one's put into left field. It's got some distance all the way back and on the run. Caught by Yasvani Penalve, and that's going to go down as a sac fly as Cassidy Watt comes in to score.
Yeah, a lot of hard contact this inning off of Quintana, and they're fortunate that time that Cantor just got underneath that one and gave Penalve a chance to get back and reel it in for the Panthers. You'll gladly trade the out for the run there.
And here comes Brody Black with 2 away. Black hit a 2-run shot in the 2nd inning. He has been retired his other 2 times. That's a chopper. It's going to stay in the infield. Grab there on the hop and into first base. It's going to get away from Malik and in to score comes Walker Hultgren. And that's just a misplay over at first base.
Yeah, misplay at first base, and I mean, Kiefer played that ball particularly well. He's been dealt a couple of tough ones over there at shortstop tonight. He had the one that he backed up on earlier. It ended up taking a big hop over him. That time he charges in, knows he had to come in to have a chance of getting the speedy Brody Black. And when he sees Black, you know, sprinting up that first baseline and closing in on the bag so quickly, he knows the throw's got to be good and just ends up spiking that one in the dirt. Williams can't dig it out. And with Malik unable to dig it out, that is what gives the opportunity for Hultgren to make another heads-up play on the bases and round third and come in to score for the 3rd Red Sox run of the inning.
And in the midst of all that, a mound visit by Pete Kiefer. They are going to give Brody Black the single on that one. And the error will allow the runner to come in to score. As Tim Holick is 0 for 2 with a walk. Down the line, foul. And interestingly enough, that'll be the first error charged to the Panthers tonight. And I say that because you think about some of these last few games where the errors have come in a little bit more regularly than they would like. It's been a relatively clean game tonight by them.
Yeah, especially after that tough one that Sam Quintana was on the mound for back on Monday when the infield committed 4 errors collectively and only recording 3 outs in that span. A really tough inning for the Panthers defensively. You know, right around the middle of the pack in everything this year. Fielding percentage, double plays turned, you know, middle of the pack, but they have some talent on the infield. Just haven't seen it tonight, and that's a brutal throw from Ibarra into center field. Luckily, it won't end up costing him with Black staying put.
You do not see that a lot from Junior, as that ball had a whole lot of air underneath it. Brody Black will get in there safely. But more importantly for Sam Quintana, you got a 2-strike count here with 2 away, and you could put this away with 1 pitch. Now a runner in scoring position threatening. The 2-2. That one is going to get through. Base hit into right field. Circling around third is Black. He'll come in to score an RBI single. And the Brantford Redsox have 4 here in the 6th.
Yeah, and if there are fewer than 2 out, I'm not sure Brody Black necessarily scores on that play, but because he was running on contact and has so much speed on the base pass, he's able to get in without a throw. Great piece of hitting from Tim Hollick with 2 strikes. He sees the slider that Quintana has been throwing a lot of to each of these Red Sox hitters and just goes the other way with it for a big 2-out knock.
That's going to miss just on the outside of Chris Ortega. He's the 8th batter of the inning. Andrew Savage on deck. Panthers desperately trying to get out of this inning, but Red Sox, give them credit. They've been putting on a show here in this inning.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it that Quintana is not going to be the one to finish this game off for Kitchener, but if he can at least get them into the 7th and make it so their pitching staff only has 3 more outs to record, that would go a long way for the result of this ball game.
Quintana gets the sign. Here comes the 2-0. That one's clubbed down the left field line, and that is going to stay foul. Puts it on a 2-1 count, and that brings me back to Canada Day and the home plate umpire having to basically squat down the third base line to see if a ball was going to stay fair, and it did that time. It didn't this time. A little bit harder to see in the night sky.
Absolutely.
The 2-1. That one down the line. That's a fair ball and gets by Malik. Circling around to third comes Tim Holick, and he's going to get in there standing up as the inning continues for the Brantford Red Sox, and I think that might be it for Sam Quintana.
Yeah, a tough one there. As much as it was a hard hit ball down the line, that's a play that Malik Williams usually should make, and that one just gets under his glove, unable to knock it down. If you keep that on the infield, there's a pretty good chance you're able to get to the bag for the 3rd out, but instead another costly hit. And it looks like Quintana is still going to have the keys to the penthouse, at least for 1 more batter.
9th hitter of the inning is Andrew Savage. He's 0 for 3. And he launches one. No doubt about it, as the Brantford Red Sox come out to celebrate a 3-run shot from Andrew Savage. And the Brantford Red Sox move themselves into double figures. And just like that, this is a 3-run ball game.
Yeah, you know, a big 3rd quarter touchdown, and now they're only a field goal away from tying it. Andrew Savage absolutely teeing off on that one. Quintana looks so good for his first 2 innings of work. That time just left the slider up in the zone and hung it a bit up top and Andrew Savage jumped all over it for a mammoth 3-run shot.
And here comes Pete Kiefer. This is probably going to be it for Sam Quintana, new pitcher getting ready to come into the ball game. The Brantford Redsox, they do not go away. Down by 10, they are now trailing by just 3. We'll be back on the other side. Stay with us. You're watching Panthers baseball.
Get ready, Chatham Kents. For the first time ever in the new Canadian Baseball League era, the 2026 All-Star Showdown is landing at Fergie Jenkins Field on the July 11th and 12th weekend. The league's top talent all in one place. Watch the full slate of skills competitions, including the popular Home Run Derby on Saturday, and on Sunday, the ultimate 2026 CBL All-Star Game featuring your favorite players for a mid-season showdown. Chatham Kents, it's our time. The All-Star Weekend of the new CBL era. It's history in the making.
Welcome back to KPTV Live. Well, how the turntables, 2 away here in the 6th, and the Brantford Redsox have just been piling it on. 7 runs on the board and counting, and they have turned a 10-run deficit into just a field goal.
Pretty incredible. I mean, we saw them make that huge 9th-inning push a couple weeks ago. This time, they didn't wait too long after Quintana looked real good in those 4th and 5th innings. Just cannot miss a bat here in the 6th inning, and the Red Sox have jumped all over him, and Andrew Savage really the exclamation point on this massive inning for Brantford.
Sam Quintana comes out of the ball game, and in comes Bowen Cologne. And if you're the Panthers, you really need Bowen Cologne to look like he did in May rather than what he looked like in June.
Yeah, I mean, the last time that Bowen Cologne was on the hill, I thought it might have been the last time we've seen him in a Panthers uniform. He was absolutely brutal on Monday night, only recorded the 1 out, 7 walks, 38 pitches. He did not get a single swing and miss in those 38 pitches that he threw. That is not what you're looking for from a middle inning reliever.
3-1 count here on Nick Iannantone, who led off this inning. And that's in there for a strike. That is a much-needed strike for Bowen Cologne. He was 1 pitch away from getting his team out of it. Missing on the outside, and this inning will continue. Ball 4 to Nick Iannantone.
Of course, a really tough outing from Cologne his last time up. Could talk about it extensively, but the numbers, they say enough about it. I mean, only recorded the 1 out. The 1 hit he gave up was a grand slam. 7 walks. The only out he recorded was a strikeout, but 38 pitches, only 13 for strikes. And what was one of the longest innings we've seen here in recent memory at Jack Couch Park. Ends up getting a strike call there on the slider.
Watt trying to sell it as a ball, thinking that that one was going to go inside, but that one was a strike. No doubt about it. Watt doubled his last time up. And that's going to go in there for a strike.
It's not good when the other team's position players are out pitching your bullpen. That's not a good sign.
That is not a good sign at all. Bowen Cologne, though, trying to be steady as she goes, and that's not steady enough. Right into second base. That's not steady either. It goes into center field. But in there at second safely is Nick Iannantone.
Yeah, and I think Ibarra is fortunate that Iannantone didn't end up taking off for third base there. I think it took him a little longer to realize that ball had made its way into center field. Zeppieri not backing up the throw, so had a long way to come in and get it. Could have easily been an extra base, but the good news is that Cologne has 2 strikes on Watt and just 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning.
Takes a look over at Iannantone. That one's going to be flared into center field. Tracking all the way down to get it. He makes the catch. Rafi Gross comes out of nowhere and makes a diving catch to end this inning. Wowzers.
A lot going on that inning, and Rafi Gross saves the day in a position that he hasn't played a lot of this year. I mean, he had been the center fielder, and it's ironic because watching that play, I thought that was a center fielder's ball all the way. That looks like one that Zeppieri usually would have, but based on the way Gross came in, made the right call, had a good angle at it. One of those plays where off the bat, saw Scansey kind of look up at it, thought it could be trouble. It did end up being trouble, but Gross had a great jump off the bat, great read on it, and an out that the Panthers very much needed.
To the home half of the 6th inning we go, and Christian Kuzemka looks like he's going to stay out there. And well, if you're the Kitchener Panthers, what's the mindset now?
I mean, it's pretty interesting when you look at it from the Red Sox perspective, because how many times have you seen a team bring in a position player and then realize, oh, we might have to go back to a normal reliever because our offense has gotten us back into the game? But that might very well be the situation for the Brantford Red Sox here, as the Panthers, they went down swinging and struck out. It was Kuzemka striking out the side in the 5th inning. Panthers didn't get a lot off him, and he's been pretty effective since coming into the ball game. Good news is it is the heart of the order. We will get a Malik Williams at bat this inning, but the Panthers went from all of a sudden potentially playing for Saturday, so were the Red Sox with their pitching decisions. So all of a sudden, in the middle of the 6th inning, we've got ourselves a brand new ball game, just a 3-run cushion now for the Panthers.
It's the old saying, no lead is safe in the CBL, and no lead is safe in particular here at Jack Couch Park. 13-10 the score line, as Penalve, Williams, and Ibarra are due up for the Panthers, as the Panthers are through their 5th time around the order. Penalve, 3 singles and a walk here tonight. 3 RBIs. He's got a stolen base. That would be a good night. And we're just about halfway through this game. That one misses high and away. Elsewhere across the CBL, London now with a 10-0 lead on Chatham-Kent, top 9. Top 6 in Toronto, Barrie with a 5-0 lead still, as that's going to go right at the knees for a strike. And it's still 2-2, Hamilton and Welland in the top of the 8th.
And Penalve's really got back to that mid-season, early season form after that 7-game hit streak. He went cold there over that stretch against Guelph, Hamilton, Welland. He only had 1 hit over a 4-game span, but then a multi-hit game on Canada Day against Guelph, 3-hit night tonight, and he's up at the plate for his 5th plate appearance. So good to see Penalve get back to that form and swinging that hot bat that we're used to him swing.
Waits on that last pitch. It was delivered high and away. It's a full count here on Penalve. And that one's going to miss way away for ball number 4.
There's no doubt about it that Kuzemka, despite being a utility player, he can throw a lot of strikes, but if you're the Panthers, you still got to make him come to you, especially after the Panthers went down swinging 3 times in that 5th inning, chasing a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. And now with this game being close, you want to make Kuzemka work for every strike call that he gets.
It's just a bonus that he's a position player coming in to pitch in such a close ball game. I'm leaving him in there with the way he's been pitching.
He has looked very comfortable out there. If you hadn't told me that he was a position player and he was just a normal arm out of the bullpen, I would have believed you 100%.
Well, he faces a tough test here with Malik Williams. Throw over to first, not in time, as Penalve gets back safely. Well, Malik also with 3 singles and a walk on the ledger tonight. Throw over and not in time. They thought they picked him off, but the first base umpire says, no, he's good. That's 2 throws over in a row now.
Yeah, so can't throw over again. Usually I would tell a position player, especially in a situation like this, you want to focus on the batter, but considering how much Andrew Savage has struggled throwing down to second, you do want to keep that runner close, and in the end it doesn't end up mattering because Kuzemka spikes it into the dirt.
And Penalve was halfway on over to third. He was thinking about it for a second. And now we're going to get a mound visit as Greg Rapp will come in to talk with Kuzemka and the infield. Now with a runner in scoring position. I don't know if this just trying to protect signs in any way. I don't know how many signs Kuzemka has. Probably just telling him, throw the fastball. As there's more activity happening in the Red Sox bullpen, a couple of conversations happening down there now. So, well, kind of what you alluded to earlier, Ian. You know, you have a position player in there. Now it's a close game. Now, with this game in reach, you might want to start thinking about your usual pitchers to come back into this game.
Yeah, it's not too often you change your mind like that, but the Red Sox might be very well in this position if Kuzemka can work his way out of trouble.
That one hopped over to first in time. That'll retire Malik. And that'll keep Penalve over on second base. That is a big out for Kuzemka.
Absolutely, and a hard hit ball by Malik Williams. Just put it on a platter that time for the shortstop, Jacob Cantor. A couple of hops and a strong throw from Cantor to get Williams at first base. And, you know, as much as it seemed kind of silly to be calling for that mound visit at the time, it ends up paying off when it results in an out like that and you wipe out the opposing team's most dangerous hitter.
Here is Junior Ibarra. Takes one inside for ball 1. He's reached 3 different ways tonight as we near the 3-hour mark of this ball game. You know, we were just joking that it was going to be a long, long ball game.
I wasn't joking.
The 2-0, that one's going to go across for a strike. Well, I didn't feel like we would be nearing 3 hours and we're still into the 6th inning.
I thought maybe after the 5th when, you know, both pitchers ended up having pretty good innings. You know, Quintana faced the minimum and Kuzemka struck out the side that things might get back on track. But in the 6th, you know, that messy inning from Quintana on the mound, Cologne comes in to clean things up, and now the Panthers get the leadoff man on. The question is, will they turn this into another big inning? Junior Ibarra is going to have a big say in that.
As he walks for the 2nd straight time, putting runners on first and second. Well, both teams have a bat-around inning tonight. And again, a combined score, 23 runs. And we put the over-under tonight at 31.5. And that was before the game even started, and we were just judging it based on the scoreline that we saw the last time these two teams played.
Yeah, 31.5. I'd say the over is looking pretty good right now. I think if you're a live bettor, that line might be up close to 36, 37.5.
That's going to go in there for a strike on Josh Williams. He has not reached base tonight. In fact, he is the only Panther that has not reached base tonight.
In that massive fourth inning for Kitchener, he was the first out of the inning, started things off with a ground out and then struck out.
Well, that is going to change matters as he gets a base hit and will cash in a run. Panthers make it 14-10.
No, for Josh to not play on Canada Day on the bench after having a pretty good stretch lately. Good to see him get back in there, come up with a big RBI. Didn't play that game Wednesday against Guelph, but did hit a home run just a week ago in Hamilton, so still swinging a very hot bat this season with an OPS up over 900.
And we're going to get a pinch runner here as Jamie Cabral is going to come in for Josh Williams over at first. As that'll be the end of the night for Josh Williams. And that is a whole lot of speed to have on the base path, and that's why things took an extra moment there as Pete Kiefer came in to confirm the change. And that's a veteran move by a veteran manager in a close ball game like this.
Absolutely. I mean, speed on the bases does so much here. If you get a ball in the gap, you want to be able to score both runners, and as much as I wouldn't pull it off at this time, I wouldn't be surprised to see a double steal. And especially when you have Cabral over at second, that definitely puts that in play. Although with Ibarra at second, that probably wipes out the chance at a double steal. I take that back.
You never know. The 0-1. That one misses. Evens the count at 1-1. And that didn't look like it missed by much. Kuzemka, swing and a miss. And both runners will have to go back as both Ibarra and Cabral were off on the pitch. Still just one out here in the home half of the sixth. Kuzemka looking to get out of it. That one's going to skip on Savage. He loses the ball. Both runners will advance. No throw as the issues in behind the plate continue for Andrew Savage, just not able to track down that baseball with regularity.
Yeah, Kuzemka looked so good last inning and looked solid at the start of this inning. A walk, but then recorded a ground out, and since then the command has been an issue. 3 walks in the last 2 innings, buries that one in the dirt, and now with a full count and a base open and a switch hitter in Fuji on deck, I would be pretty careful right here with Zane Scansey at the plate and some speed on the base pass in Jamie Cabral.
Scansey has reached twice tonight. He was hit by a pitch and hit a single in the first. Here comes the 3-2. That one's flared up high. It's going to stay in the infield. Cantor gets underneath it. He'll make the catch.
That's a big out for Scansey in a situation like that. You're looking for a pitch to hit. Went upstairs to get it. Might have been ball 4, but you got to be protective in that situation. So can't be too hard on him for swinging the bat there, but ends up just getting underneath it. And a fly ball to the outfield is a completely different story there. Instead, it ends up in the glove of the shortstop, and a massive second out for Kuzemka. The Panthers with 1 run in the inning, but considering where they were, about an hour ago, a base knock here from Fuji could go a long way.
That one's going to miss on the outside for ball 1 on Fuji. One game has gone final. London shutting out Chatham-Kent 10-0. Christian Inoa with 2 home runs for the majors. That one's going to go inside, but it's going to be called a strike. So that'll push London up to a 16-7 record on the year as they pace the CBL standings. The 1-1 down the line. That one's going to skip on the third baseman, Ortega. 1 run comes in to score. Charging home is Jamie Cabral. And that's a 2 out 2-run hit for Yosuke Fuji.
Yeah, and a tough play for Ortega over there, third one that he probably normally makes. And it's interesting because Fuji was caught in a similar situation earlier in the game when he went to the backhand when he probably had time to scoop it up with his glove. That time, Ortega also kind of got caught in the middle and ended up getting a piece of that one. Did his best just to knock it down and keep it on the infield, but it gets by him and just shows you how hard Fuji hit that ball. Even more impressive from the left side of the plate going opposite field, and a massive 2 runs for Kitchener.
That one set down the line by Rafi Gross. It's playable in foul territory, and Cassidy Watt's going to make the catch. Should note, Yosuke Fuji, they are charging an error to Christian Ortega on that play, but the Panthers are able to add some more runs onto the board. They are leading this game 16-10 as we head to the 7th.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in. Yeah. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now.
Welcome back to KPTV Live. There you see the schedule, the next 5 games for the Kitchener Panthers, and it's a busy one leading into the All-Star Showdown in Chatham-Kent, July 11th and 12th. 2 games against the Brantford Redsox before facing the Barnstormers at Fergie Jenkins Field the night before the All-Star festivities. (16-10) the score line. Walker Hultgren the batter. And Bowen Cologne remaining in the ball game here for the Kitchener Panthers, who are now up by a touchdown.
Yeah, it's going to be a big inning for Cologne. You know, he just was able to get through that last inning, came in, issued a walk, then got that big fly out to end the frame. But it's no secret that he's had command issues his last couple games. Up in the count here.
That's going to drop in for strike 3 as Bowen Cologne gets his first strikeout victim of the game.
And good pitch sequence that time, a couple fastballs, and then just buckles Walker Hultgren at the knees with that big 12-6 curveball, gets it to drop in here, fooled him all the way. And anytime you get that first hitter of the inning down by way of the K, it can do a lot for your confidence. And Panthers fans are hoping that Bowen Cologne can continue to build off that.
Lucas Bateman 0 for 3. That one misses outside. Well, both teams with 12 hits, 26 runs on 24 hits tonight.
And still no Panthers home runs.
Still no Panthers home runs. 16 runs, you would think there would be at least 1 home run in that.
Absolutely. Then 3 for the Red Sox.
Here comes the 2-0. That one misses way inside on Bateman. Yeah, Jacob Cantor led off the game 3 hours ago with a home run, a solo shot in the first. Brody Black with a 2-run shot in the second. Of course, Andrew Savage with that 3-run bomb as part of that big 6th inning as that misses upstairs for ball 4. Bowen Cologne might be coming out of this game as John Rizzo is going to come out for just a quick conversation, as he does not want to see more of these walks issued.
Yeah, it was a problem for him his last time out, Cologne. It was also coming in for what was a Quintana start that game. And then first one out of the bullpen was Baldwin Cologne, and had those command issues where he walked 7 hitters. But besides that, he's only issued more than 2 walks in appearance one other time this year. So it's only been a recent trend from the Panthers, and I think that's what gives them hope that it's something that they can fix, because we've seen him have such good command earlier in the year, have this swing and miss, and only usually walk 1 batter per 3 innings he faces. It has been a recent problem for Cologne, and obviously it's a big problem that the Panthers are hoping to fix sooner rather than later.
1-0 count as this is Jacob Cantor. Sac fly to left field his last time up. The 1-0 drops in there for a strike. As many other games. Well, except for Toronto, that one feels like it's stayed in the top half of the 6th for quite some time, despite the 5-0 scoreline. Might be some internet connectivity issues there at Christie Pitts, if that is the case.
Maybe they got more fans on the field. Not sure you heard about their game last week in Welland. Some crazy guy ran on the field and was sticking his phone in Yasiel Puig's face.
Great play by Yosuke Fuji. Over to first in time. The double play worked to perfection as the Panthers face the minimum. We are into stretch time here at the couch in a 16-10 ball game.
A great job there from Baldwin Cologne, working around that 1-out walk, gets the strikeout. You think, okay, he's starting to cook. Gives up the walk, and then Cantor hits an absolute bullet to third base, and you said it, Mark, absolutely great play by Fuji just to come up with that baseball. Fires a strike down to second base. A great job from Scansey to turn it, because Cantor runs really well. He's a shortstop himself. But a great delivery over to first base, and a double play in that situation. A double play anytime is your pitcher's best friend, but especially for a guy having command issues, to get that hard ground ball and turn 2 is massive for Cologne and the Panthers.
Who wants to go to a wedding at Madison Square Garden when you can come to a barn burner like this here tonight? Nothing is decided in this one with the way this game has gone as we head to the home half of the 7th inning. And Noah Law will come in for the Brantford Red Sox, taking over for Christian Kuzemka.
And it kind of goes back to, our discussion last inning, Mark, where the Red Sox bring in a position player very early in this game, thinking, okay, we're most likely conceding this one and getting prepared for the rest of the weekend and a busy stretch ahead, facing Kitchener tomorrow, then facing Welland on Sunday. But because of the nature of the ball game and the CPL as a whole, the Red Sox may come back and get right back in the ball game with that 7 spot in the 6th inning. Panthers got a bit of breathing room back, but still very much in this game are the Red Sox. So they go to Noah Law, who they've turned to a couple times this year, and they're hoping he can hold the Panthers at bay and give an opportunity for the Red Sox bats in the 8th inning. They're only going to have 6 more outs to work with, and Law is into a game for the 2nd time this week.
So top of the order here for the Kitchener Panthers, Mateo Zeppieri will start it off here First pitch he sees will be fouled back. Can tell you that it's into the 9th inning in Toronto, by the way. Yes, they are having some internet connectivity issues with their scoring system, as that one's going to miss everybody for a ball. It's 12-1 Barrie with the lead on Toronto as that game is heading into the 9th inning. Also into the 9th inning is the Hamilton-Welland matchup, and I can tell you that Hamilton has the 4-3 lead as that one is sent down the line and too far for everybody. Foul ball.
What a difference, a year makes. Last year it was Toronto and Barrie facing off in the playoffs, and that series had some electric moments, and now all of a sudden the Leafs find themselves at the bottom of the standings, only 3 wins on the year, 2 of them coming against the Panthers at that.
That one misses inside. And should mention, no Yasiel Puig tonight for the Maple Leafs.
Was surprised to see him out of the lineup, but guess they give him a day off, and just less than a week after that 3-homer performance, that certainly takes a lot of the pop out of your lineup if you're Toronto.
Well, and not that he's had a whole lot of pop for the Maple Leafs as well, but it's a very different-looking Maple Leafs lineup when you factor in Yasiel Puig is out and Matt Fabian gets released. He was a regular in that Maple Leafs lineup, now property of the Kitchener Panthers. The 3-2 upstairs, and another walk issued to Matteo Zeppieri as he adds to his league-leading total. And here comes Petey Kiefer, his 6th plate appearance of the night. Has come around to score 3 different times. As Zeppieri takes his lead, and that's going to miss high and away for ball 1. That one's going to miss. Throw into second base. That's going to skip away. And getting in safely is Matteo Zeppieri.
That's probably the best attempt that Savage has had throwing down to second base tonight. He left that one a little short. Everything else tonight, he's ended up throwing well over his target at second base. Just that time, Cantor couldn't dig it out on the low throw, but that's the best effort that we've seen from Savage, and the closest that the Red Sox have been to stopping the Panthers on the base pass this evening.
Now a runner in scoring position, the 2-0. That one's flared down the line. Everybody charging towards it. Thinks he has a chance, does Chris Ortega, but he's not able to catch up to it in time. The game in Hamilton has now gone final. The Hamilton Cardinals defeating Welland 4-3. So Hamilton will jump to a 12-7 on the year. Welland drops to 14-9. And I believe that actually puts them even in 3rd place in the CBL. Both teams now a game and a half back. The runner's going to go, throw into 3rd, and he's safe. The wheels from Matteo Zeppieri as he just continues to run roughshod with the stolen bases.
Boy, oh boy, was he ever taking off. Shot out of a cannon on that stolen base attempt, and a really good throw from Savage. Good tag attempt from Ortega, too. Slapped the glove down real fast, but Zeppieri just dives in there and slides in time for another stolen bag.
So that's 2 for Zeppieri as he moves to 20 stolen bases on the season. He leads the team in that category. As Petey Kiefer will get on over with the walk, and I think that is going to do it here for Noah Law. As here comes a mound visit. Nope, this is just going to be a conversation. Runners on the corner, still nobody out here in the 7th inning.
A chance for the Panthers to put the game away for the second time tonight. Thought they had done it with that 5 spot in the 4th, but Brantford answered big time in the 6th with 7 runs of their own. Now Kitchener trying to get themselves a bit more breathing room. Their pitching staff only has 6 outs to get, but that has been tough to do at times this year, especially against this Red Sox team, as we've seen in recent weeks.
So here comes Yasvani Penalve. As these two teams have combined for 63 runs and counting in less than 2 games. That one's down the line, foul. You heard that right, folks. 63 runs, and we haven't even gone through 2 full games between these two teams in the season series. I don't even think most season series even reach 63 through 6 games. As that one is going to get by the second baseman, Bateman. 1 run will come in to score. Panthers add the extra point at 17-10.
Just a great approach at the plate tonight from Yasvani Penalve. That's the 4th time that he's come up and hit an RBI single. Not trying to do too much, knowing the situation, knowing he's got a runner in scoring position, and has just been solid with just these smooth swings and looking so comfortable up there. 4 singles, all driving in a run, and that's exactly the Penalve the Panthers fans are used to seeing earlier in the year.
And we go back to it, 17 runs, still no home runs from the Kitchener Panthers. Nobody out. Runners on first and second here for Malik. That's going to miss up and in for ball 1. Malik, 3 singles. He's 3 for 4.
He said the 17 runs, no homers. In fact, that Rafi Gross double is still the only extra base hit in the ball game for Kitchener.
That one's flared high. Ortega tracking it down in foul ground, looking for it, and he can. Can he make the catch? No, he does not. He may have lost that one in the stratosphere.
Overran that ball, and I mean, he had a lot of room to work with over there. Just went too far towards that third base side dugout, and sometimes those foul balls that don't leave the infield, they can make an infielder look silly because oftentimes they're spinning back towards the plate. That's especially true behind home plate, but Cassidy Watt not putting that one on the highlight reel.
The 1-1. That one is going to be laced through into center field. Petey Kiefer circling around third. The throw back into the infield and getting in safely is Penalve. And Malik Williams has cashed in another run.
That can be such a frustrating play for a pitcher because your third baseman just had a can of corn in foul territory, but you couldn't reel it in. That would have been a huge first out for you. Instead, you give the hottest hitter on the team second life, and he makes you pay with a hard single up the middle. Just a real frustrating sequence there for Noah Law and the Red Sox infield.
Well, here is Junior Ibarra, his 6th plate appearance of the night. That's going to drop under the zone for ball 1. As again, more hits, and like you alluded to, Ian, just 1 double. That's the only extra base hit all night for Kitchener. The 1-0, that one smacked high into right field. This looks playable for Black, and he'll make the catch. Tagging up, going to third, is Penalve. That'll put runners on the corners, but for the Brantford Red Sox, you're thankful that's the first out of the inning. But they're going to say he left early, and they're going to call him out. They're going to double him up.
Wow, don't see that call too often.
So just the second out of the inning. As wow.
Red Sox really needed that, and they got a big break.
That is a big
there.
break.
I mean, I was kind of surprised already to see Panalve test the arm of Brody Black, a real good outfielder out there in right field, and Kitchener runs themselves into a huge second out. Especially since that throw was cut off. Panalve, really, he had that extra second to work with, but, knowing in the back of his head that Brody Black has such a good arm in right field, he wanted to get a head start and took off just a bit early. And, I mean, credit to the Red Sox, too, for checking that. Lots of times that'll go unnoticed, but I think Jacob Cantor was all over it and made the smart decision to challenge the tag at second.
Here's Jamie Cabral as he fouls that one back. It's the little details that some just don't think about, and some might even think, too, oh, it's an 8-run game. Why are you tagging to advance? We just saw what happened about half an hour ago. That's why. The 1-1. That one is flared into left center, and that's going to drop in front of Walker Hultgren for a base hit. As Jamie Cabral has his first hit of the game.
The second baseman, number 12, Zane Scansey. Who did at second base?
As Trent Lawson is now pinch running for Malik Williams.
Second base, number 4, Trent Lawson.
So that'll spell the night for both Williams brothers.
And you got to think if Pete Kiefer has taken the best hitter and hottest hitter on the team out of the game, that he feels pretty comfortable that his pitching staff can get through these next 6 outs without too many hiccups.
Well, and even then, this team as a team have just been unbelievable on the offense here tonight. So even if he does think it's rather close-ish, does feel there might be a confidence level there as well, as there's a strike on Zane Scansey that, a confidence level that everybody else is also getting the job done too.
Absolutely. I mean, and it stretches back to that Canada win against Guelph. I mean, these two games now combined, it's 32 runs and counting for Kitchener, and still in the 7th inning. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see them add on to that total.
That's going to be fouled off the foot. It's both Cabral and Lawson will have to retreat back. Again, these two teams will meet tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Down at Arnold Anderson Stadium. The 0-2. That's strike 3. And that's going to do it here for the 7th inning. Panthers add a couple more to their total and lead 18-10 here at the Couch. Welcome back here to Jack Couch Park in Kitchener. Into the 8th inning we go. Panthers up 18-10 on the Brantford Redsox. Bowen Cologne remains in the game. That one's delivered upstairs for ball one. Cam Bauer, the Sudbury native, comes in as the catcher as Junior Ibarra's day is done, and Trent Lawson will take over at first. This is Brody Black. He's got a home run and a single on his ledger tonight. That one's going to go across for a strike. And Cam Bauer, and you like to see it from him as well. He was more of a third-string guy in the depth chart starting the season. But the release of Samuele Bruno does make room for Bauer to come in and get a few more opportunities in behind home plate and give some rest for Junior Ibarra.
Yeah, I saw Cam come in and get his first plate appearance of the season there on Monday. I'd seen him come in as a defensive replacement a few times, so good to get him some action, and any opportunity you can to get Junior off his feet. It's always such a heavy workload for a catcher, especially this year with the added 6 games to the schedule. An opportunity like this is not always going to present itself, so good opportunity to get Bauer into the ballgame.
Well, Black is going to walk, and Tim Holick is going to come in, the DH, his 5th time. And I mean, again, just back on Bauer again, played a game last season as a call-up from the Waterloo Tigers as he blocks that one, and no chance for Black to get on over to second base. You know, grew up with the Sudbury Voyageurs team, graduate of the 18U Voyageurs program, also played OUA ball with the University of Waterloo. The 1-0, the runner's going to go, throw into second base, and not in time, not even close. What a jump from Brody Black. He was 3/4 of the way there before that ball can even leave Bauer's hand.
Yeah, and Cologne had that slow windup, and as soon as that front foot left the ground, Black was off and running, and even with a good throw from Bauer down to second, no chance to get the speedy Black.
Count even at 1-1. And now a runner in scoring position. Brantford would love to have another big inning here as that one's blocked by Bauer. It did not hit Holick. And it's going to be a 2-1 count. As now Bauer and Bowen Cologne having a conversation, and here comes Petey Kiefer to have a chat as well. And that's a good conversation to have, too. And I mean, think about that dynamic as well. You're a young Cam Bauer, you know, just 22 years of age into your first full professional season, and Bowen Cologne, who's been around the block quite a few times, you know, being able to be that catcher, the youngster coming in to just try to have that communication going in between yourself and the veteran pitcher.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the challenges of being, you know, a catcher at this level, especially at the pro ranks, is that you're going to have to deal with a lot of different pitch arsenals, a lot of different languages being spoken on the mound, and for Bauer to get into this game is, you know, it was only good things for the Panthers moving forward.
That's going to be ball 4 on the outside. Looked like he was going to call strike 3, but Stephen Gomes holds off, and that'll put Tim Holick on base.
The command issues for Bowen Cologne have really become a problem for the Panthers, and it continues now. 2nd straight walk this inning. 4th free pass he's issued since coming into the game, while only recording 4 total outs. That number has got to be way lower.
That'll go in there for a strike on Chris Ortega. He's got 3 singles tonight. Gets set up. That one's launched high and into the stratosphere it goes. It's going all the way back, and it is gone. Chris Ortega sends a 3-run shot over the left field fence, and Brantford is back within 5. As the struggles continue for Bowen Cologne.
Yeah, he has just not been the same pitcher that the Panthers went out and acquired. He has struggled in so many different ways. He either gives up a walk or gives up a hard hit ball. Even going back to last inning, he issued the 2 walks and got a big double play on a ball that was absolutely scorched off the bat. So he got some help there from his defense. Can't get any help from the defense when you're giving up 345-foot fly balls to left field.
7th home run of the season for Chris Ortega, who was part of the home run derby last season. It's been a home run derby here for the Brantford Redsox, but in spite of that, still find themselves behind by 5. As here is Andrew Savage. He hit a 3-run shot of his own back in the 6th. That one's going to get through the hole, a base hit for Andrew Savage. Still nobody out, and Bowen Cologne has got to get an out here.
Can't get any swing and miss. Can't get a called strike. He is having a real tough go as of late, is Bowen Cologne, and unfortunately it's not just a one-off. It has been a trend as of late. Talked last game about how I thought there was a possibility that after that performance Monday against Welland that it might have been the last time we see Cologne in a Panthers uniform, which is really tough to say because he was just so good at the start of the season. 4 straight scoreless appearances to start the year. Gave up a 2 spot in 1, then had 2 more scoreless appearances. So the good outings have still far outweighed the bad, but in recent memory, Cologne has had a real tough couple of outings.
The 1-1, that's going to miss on the outside edge.
He knows it too. I mean, it can be awfully tough to pitch in these situations when you know you can't find the strike zone. And I'm sure after Monday he went through a lot of bullpens and got the stuff back to where he wanted to. But when you don't have command of your pitches and you're letting your team down like this, it can just wear down on a pitcher mentally. And I got to think that Cologne is feeling something along those lines.
Well, that last offering went in a very similar spot as the previous one, but this time he got the strike call. The 2-2 incoming here on Ian and Tone. That is put into center field, and that's going to drop in front of Zeppieri for a base hit. It's getting behind him. It goes to the fence. Over to third, and circling around home is Andrew Savage, and he'll get in there safely. Nick Ian and Tone gets to second base, and Andrew Savage goes from first to home to make this a 4-run game.
Zeppieri's been a pretty good outfielder in his time with the Panthers, but that one just took a funny hop out. I'm out there in center field, didn't get his body in front of the baseball, and just took a strange hop when he was heading towards left. The ball head back towards center field and rolls all the way to the wall. A disaster outcome. And now Pete Kiefer has taken a lot of his offensive starters out of the game. You need your pitching staff to get you 6 more outs here. And the fact that you've allowed 3 runs before recording one of those 6 outs does not favor the Kitchener Panthers.
New pitcher coming in, and it is Ben Hewitt will come in, and still nobody out here in the 8th. Let's take a break.
Everyone dreams of being great. Only a select few can be iconic. But only one is chosen. Introducing the Chosen One from Rawlings. The all-new one-piece composite iteration of the top-rated and established Icon BB Core bat.
Welcome back to KPTV Live. Mark Perry, Ian Jodry here in the broadcast booth. 18-14, the scoreline. Nobody out here in the 8th inning. Checking over an Ian and Tone. That one's going to miss and get away from Cam Bauer, and that will award Nick Ian and Tone a free 90 feet as Cassidy Watt will step out of the batter's box here. Ben Hewitt, the pitcher for Kitchener. It's safe to say this is a must-out right here on Cassidy Watt. You're in the bottom of the order. You've got to get some outs here if you're Kitchener. There's a swing and a miss. That's going to drop in for a strike. 69 runs and counting in this season series. How much more offense will they have in store tomorrow afternoon at Arnold Anderson Stadium, as that's going to drop well foul down the right field line. And I got to be honest with you, partner, I'm speechless.
It's pretty incredible. As I don't want to be dramatic, I was at the 18-inning World Series game at Dodger Stadium this year, and it feels longer than that game.
Delivery, swing and a miss for strike 3, and that is a much-needed first out. Now, I know you worked media. Did you use the Vin Scully broom closet?
I did not. I did not. I was not as privileged as to use that. But I mean, I don't want to draw comparisons between the two, but looking back at that game, I didn't like a lot of the decisions that John Schneider made left in the game. Pulling some of his bigger bats and to get speed on the bases late in the game, trying to go all in and win it. I kind of look at some of these decisions that Pete Kiefer is making tonight, trying to get his stars off their feet. You might need some runs late in this game based on how it's going. You kind of put all your eggs in a basket, taking out 2 of your best hitters, and now you've got, guys coming off the bench that might be called upon in the late innings of this game to come through with the game on the line. And the Panthers have really put themselves in a position where it's all up to their pitching staff now to get these last 5 outs without giving up the lead.
That one is going to be fouled back by Walker Holtgren. It's a team that the pitching just has not been there. 7th in the CBL. As a unit, their pitching has posted an 8 ERA even, as that's going to go in for a strike. That is another much-needed out as Ben Hewitt gets back-to-back strikeouts.
Great things happen when you come in out of the bullpen and throw strikes, especially when you come in for a pitcher that couldn't find the strike zone, and Ben Hewitt has done a great job of that all season long. He's been pretty good at limiting the free passes. Gave up 3 Monday against Welland, but before that he had an issue to walk.
As that one's going to get through the hole, base hit. Ian and Tone comes in. And it's a 3-run ball game as we have reached an even 70 runs scored in this 2-game season series. And it's the 9th batter for the Red Sox here in the 8th.
That hit him.
Yes, indeed it did. Oh, he's not going to go. Might have hit the knob of the bat.
That's a
Panthers catch a break there.
Yeah, it's a big break for Ben Hewitt and the Panthers.
Chop down the line, foul. And Lucas Bateman on first. 5 runs in this inning for the Brantford Red Sox. They have piled it on here in the last few innings. 12 runs in the last 3 innings alone. That one's going to be sent out of play.
Ben Hewitt hasn't pitched in a game in which the Panthers won since their home opener back on May 17th against Chatham-Kent. He's put into what is crazy enough to be called a high-leverage situation here and just 1 strike away from getting out of the inning.
Doesn't get the call there as it misses just at the knees.
Good fastball location, especially way ahead in the count. Wouldn't mind at all to see Hewitt go back to that same spot.
One other game has gone final, by the way. Barrie wins it 13-2 on Toronto as there is strike 3. Throw on over to first to complete the strikeout. And that'll do it for the 8th inning. So we head to the home half of the 8th. And the Panthers are just barely up. A nail biter here at the couch.
It's really tough as a manager to go to your bats and say, hey guys, gonna need a few more out of you. You've only scored 18 tonight, but that's very much the case for this Panthers team that has backed themselves into a bit of a hole, allowing 12 runs in the span of 9 outs from the 6th to the 8th inning. A game that should have been in the bag hours ago.
More? You want some more? Well, there you see the score line as the Panthers came out hot and heavy in the beginning of this game and really had this game out of reach. But that 6th inning came creeping in, and the Brantford Redsox, on the last couple especially, they've outscored the Panthers 12-5.
I mean, that line score looks like my dog walked across the keyboard. Just a ton of runs. And, I mean, we knew that we were going to have, a game like this with a lot of runs. And, especially after seeing what happened to these two teams the last time they played, what just kind of begs the question, with Pete Kiefer taking all these starters out of the game so early, knowing that the last time he played this team, he had a double-digit run cushion going into the 9th inning and, had to turn to a second pitcher in that 9th inning because things got so out of hand. I understand wanting to put confidence in your players, but at the same time, I'm speechless, Mark. I haven't seen anything like this.
Well, I know your dog is not laying on the keyboard because you're right in front of me here, and your dog is in Toronto where there's probably not much of activity happening on the interwebs right now, being told that there's a Rogers network outage that has really battered the GTA, and that explains the lack of updates, at least when it comes to the scoreboard with the Maple Leafs game, which has now gone final. Again, 13-2. Barrie beats the Maple Leafs. So we are the last game on the ledger here on a Friday night. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. And just to note, I'm pretty sure the Hamilton game actually started after us. Yes, Hamilton started at 7:35 first pitch. Lucas Fafaro is the public address announcer over in Hamilton. Just got a note from Sean Fafaro. Probably his son is going to make it home before he does. And they both live in Waterloo. The 1-1. There's a swing and a miss. Again, London beating Chatham-Kent 10-0 tonight. And Hamilton defeating Welland 4-3. Here's Yosuke with a 1-2 count. Misses upstairs. Blue Jays, by the way, we're going so deep into this game that we're already getting game updates on the Blue Jays tonight, and they're playing in Seattle.
Should be getting updates on the KBO games starting soon. I think those start at 3 a.m.
I think so, yeah. That one's going to be popped up into center field. Hultgren gets underneath it. He'll make the catch. The Australian Baseball League happening right now?
I'd say so.
I think they're getting underway soon.
Good chance we can bring you those updates too. I got to wonder if there's another baseball game in the world that will have as many runs scored as this one today.
Well, I'll talk to my buddy with the Adelaide Giants. As here is Rafi Gross, swings and misses at that one for strike one. This is the number 9 hitter for the Kitchener Panthers and the 6th time around the order. The 0-1, that one's down the line, foul. They play baseball in Hawaii, right? I think they're probably getting some games underway on a Friday night.
I think they're behind us, though, right?
Yeah, well,
it's like 2 in the afternoon there.
Is it?
Maybe not that. Let's go.
That's kind of that weird line, right? I'm not too familiar with
just before 5 p.m. Just before 5 p.m. in Honolulu. So yeah, they probably got some ball games that are starting up soon.
The 1-2 to Rafi, and that's going to miss downstairs, but they're going to say he went around. So Rafi Gross is retired, and there's 2 away here in the 8th.
Talk about games around the world. I saw the official Major League Baseball account today post a throwback to a game from many years ago. I believe it was in the 80s when the second game of a doubleheader that the Phillies were hosting got delayed due to rain. They ended up finishing the second game of that doubleheader after 4 a.m. local time. I think it was close to 5 a.m. when it was all said and done.
Wow. Well, 7th time around the order, here is Matteo Zeppieri. He has walked twice, he has been hit by a pitch, and he's been retired 3 times. As Noah Law is in here. And that'll go across for a strike. An 18-15 game. As that's going to skip on Andrew Savage. It feels like a Monday nighter in Denver.
I'd kill for one of those right now.
Same here. Now I am thinking Russell Wilson era Denver Broncos.
Yes. Absolutely.
Not so much what Bo Nix has been able to do, as that's going to go across for a strike. If we're talking Boston, we'd be seeing a whole lot more runs on the board. I'll tell you that much. Our guy Mac Jones. Sorry, not Mac Jones. Drake May. As there's a swing and a miss.
May. Drake May.
End of 8. Panthers up 18-15.
Get ready, Chatham Kents. For the first time ever in the new Canadian Baseball League era, the 2026 All-Star Showdown is landing at Fergie Jenkins Field on the July 11th and 12th weekend. The league's top talent, all in one place. Watch the full slate of skills competitions, including the popular Home Run Derby on Saturday, and on Sunday, the ultimate 2026 CBL All-Star Game featuring your favorite players for a mid-season showdown. Chatham Kent, it's our time. The All-Star Weekend of the new CBL era. It's history in the making.
All right, we are nearing the 4-hour mark of tonight's ball game. Last game on the schedule here on a Friday night. The Kitchener Panthers leading 18-15 on the Brantford Redsox. Ben Hewitt stays in the ball game, and it's the heart of the Brantford Redsox order, and just 3 outs separating the Panthers from a victory, as that's going to go across for a strike. If you wanted offense, you came to the right place. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2.
Just a crazy up and down roller coaster of the game, with the Panthers jumping out to such a huge lead and Brantford bringing a position player to pitch, and then that huge inning from the Red Sox to get them right back in it and completely change the tone of the ball game.
Now, I should mention, so on the CBL website for the game box score, they have this little thing called the win probability. Is Brody Black is going to strike out looking there as it clips the inside edge. The Panthers were at 99% at one point. That is how sure the algorithm was that the Panthers were going to close this game out. It is now at 84%.
Yeah, I mean, they had a 13-3 lead going into the 6th inning, only had 12 more defensive outs to go.
Things have really turned on its head since then, as that one's going to be fouled back by Tim Holick.
And, you look at team expectations coming to this year and individual pitcher expectations. I think the Panthers had some very high hopes for Baldwin Colon, especially how he started the season, and now a couple disappointing appearances in a row, and for Ben Hewitt to come in and shut the door, that's a really positive sign for the Panthers and for Hewitt, but also a lot of question marks surrounding Colon and, when you can trust him in these situations in the future, just about as low leverage as it gets, but he's still unable to pitch effectively and is kind of in the center of this huge comeback from the Red Sox.
It's a 1-2 count here on Tim Holick, and I think about Baldwin Colon, and even before the season, pitched in a couple of preseason games, as that one's going to miss outside, and I've got friends with other teams that take in some games at other ballparks in the CBL, and they were raving about Baldwin Colon and just the way he's able to get those quick strikeouts, the power that he produces. He was on a very, very good trajectory coming into the season as being one of the premier closers in this league. Now, not only do you lose the starting job, but now you're in a position, as they're going to say he did not go around. Now you're in a position where you're a middle reliever and you have to really start earning some outs here.
Yeah, the stuff was absolutely electric from Colon, and you can see it still at some points in the game, but until he gets that command figured out, it's going to be a long road back.
That one's going to be gloved by Scansey on the hop. It goes off of his glove and into the outfield, and Tim Holick is going to reach base.
Yeah, a long way just for Scansey to get to that ball. Surprised he even got a piece of it, and it almost ended up going from bad to worse for Kitchener there, because if Scansey just lets that ball go into center field, it's nothing more than a single for Tim Holick. But the fact that Scansey got a piece of it, went off the toe of his glove. Sometimes you'll see that ball take a crazy bounce in a left field, and if it gets too far away from him, that would have opened the door for Holick to get in a scoring position. But still down 3, the one runner doesn't mean a lot.
That one into left center, and that's going to drop for Chris Ortega. Back-to-back singles for the Red Sox, and just like that, the tying run comes to the plate for Brantford.
And it's Andrew Savage who hit a 3-run home run back in that massive 6th inning for Brantford. Ben Hewitt is really going to have to earn his stripes here. The Red Sox have been bringing the pressure ever since they fell behind by 10 runs.
So how about this? Charlie Towers, just released by the Kitchener Panthers, is now pinch running for Tim Holick over at second. Again, Towers getting an opportunity here as he makes his first appearance for the Red Sox since his release from Kitchener. There's a swing and a miss for strike one by Andrew Savage. You alluded to the 3-run home run. Hit a single and came around to score in the 8th inning, did Savage. That's going to go across for a strike.
2 great fastballs from Hewitt to start this at bat, and at a huge point in the game, Savage turned on a fastball back in the 6th inning for that home run. Gotta wonder if Hewitt's going to mix things up with an off-speed pitch.
That one's going to be sent into the seats and out of play.
3 straight fastballs now from Hewitt. Now becomes a bit of a mental game between the two. Does he throw him 4 straight fastballs to start the at-bat, knowing he's already hit a home run off of it earlier in the game?
Hewitt, the 0-2. Swings and misses, strike 3. He got him. And the Red Sox are down to their final out, but Ben Hewitt still not out of danger here as of yet.
No, Nick Iannantone was the hero in that last game for Brantford. Hit that 3-run home run in the 8th inning to pull them within 1 and what was a dramatic come-from-behind win. Can he do it again?
That one's going to be flared into the soccer pitch. And it's an 0-1 count. The delivery, that one's going to be fouled back. And now down to the final strike. Hewitt looking to finish this one off. Swings and misses, strike 3. And the Panthers, they give up the lead. Brantford claws back. Panthers add some more insurance in the 7th inning. And they win this one in another football score, 18-15. We're going to send it to break. We'll have a quick post-game report on the other side. You're watching KPTV Live.
Get ready, Chatham Kents. For the first time ever in the new Canadian Baseball League era, the 2026 All-Star Showdown is landing at Fergie Jenkins Field on the July 11th and 12th weekend. The league's top talent all in one place. Watch the full slate of skills competitions, including the popular Home Run Derby on Saturday, and on Sunday, the ultimate 2026 CBL All-Star Game featuring your favorite players for a mid-season showdown. Chatham Kents, it's our time. The All-Star Weekend of the new CBL era. It's history in the making.
Welcome back inside Jack Couch Park here in Kitchener. A final score in under 4 hours, mind you. 18-15. The Kitchener Panthers win it over the Brantford Red Sox. 70 runs in 2 games in the season series. This is unbelievable stuff, Ian.
And the fact that they're going to go back and play an afternoon game tomorrow after a night game that took 4 hours. Safe to say that, pitching is going to be at a premium in the season series. These teams score a lot of runs. They have had some troubles figuring out their pitching staff issues. But the big thing for the Panthers is we talk about Brantford having 3 games in hand, Kitchener chasing them for that first spot out of the playoff picture. Kitchener needs a good stretch here in these next 3 games, and they kick things off with win number 1.
15 hits for the Kitchener Panthers, and we've been talking about it all night. Just one extra base hit.
Yeah, it's kind of a death by 1,000 paper cuts, and you think if the Panthers are going to have success, especially at this ballpark, it's going to come with a lot of home runs, and they've kind of rode that momentum throughout the season. You know, Malik Williams, a 2-homer game on Canada Day, and we saw the bottom of the order get into the mix with guys like Fuji and Rafi Gross tonight, and Zane Scansey on Canada Day. Complete opposite today, but still finding a way to score 18 runs with only one extra base hit. That means the entire team contributed. So as much as there are a lot of negatives from this game, there are some positives to take for the Panthers.
4 home runs on the other side for the Brantford Redsox, and credit to them. They are pesky. They do not go away, even when down by double figures.
Absolutely. A ton of talent throughout this lineup, and there's a reason that they put together some really scrappy wins. We talked about the month of June when they went and beat Welland. They beat Barrie. They had that dramatic come-from-behind game, and they've shown that they can win these high-scoring games. It was only a couple weeks ago that they went and beat Chatham 14-13. So, you have to be careful against a lineup like this, or you could end up on the losing end, and the Panthers were, 1 or 2 bad bounces from being on the wrong end of things tonight.
Sam Quintana, out of all of that, records his first career win in the Canadian Baseball League. He'll record the win. Colby Klepper will be tagged with the loss for the Brantford Redsox. The Kitchener Panthers will actually leapfrog Brantford for 6th place in the CBL. Kitchener now with a 9-14 record. Brantford drops to 7-13. A little bit of movement across the CBL, a whole lot of different stories and score lines throughout the 4-game slate. But as you alluded to, the Brantford Redsox will welcome the Kitchener Panthers tomorrow afternoon, 2 o'clock first pitch at Arnold Anderson Stadium. How much more do they have left in them?
Well, a great question. I mean, I think the Red Sox, they did save a couple innings tonight by bringing in Christian Kuzemka and saving a couple of bullpen arms for the Panthers. Interesting to see Owen McNeil come out of this game as early as he did, see Samuel Quintana come in and kind of round out that start that he didn't finish on Monday. So he ends up kind of pitching that full starter's workload split up into 2 starts. You end up using Baldwin Cologne for a lot of pitches. He's not going to be available tomorrow. Ben Hewitt's not going to be available. But it'll be interesting to see with Jorge Mineta back on the mound. I mean, he was electric last Saturday against Welland. They're going to look for him to pitch deep in that ball game again. Jake Liberta hasn't pitched since Canada Day, so you have him, who's been arguably your most reliable arm out of the pen. So through all that, for the Panthers to still kind of be in the driver's seat in terms of pitching availability is a great sign.
How big is that to not have to go to Liberta?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen a few times this year. In fact, the last time that the Red Sox were here, they had to go to Liberta on a night when they thought there was no chance at all they'd have to burn him, especially a lefty in the pen. When you've already used Quintana, you're one big lefty, and then Liberta's kind of your late inning guy. When you're able to save him, so now he'll get 3 full days rest and be available for Saturday, and then have a ton of time off before they face off again next Thursday. There's a good chance he's available for both those starts. And hey, if these games are anything like this one, they'll be high scoring and close, which means you'll probably need him.
Well, you got to head to Pearson, so I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Say hi to Mbappe for me, and we will see you at the next home game for the Kitchener Panthers as they will take on these Brantford Red Sox next Thursday night. For Ian Jodry, my name is Mark Perry saying so long from the couch. We will see you next week. There we go.